morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world. Welcome back to the ESL PUBG Masters Phase 1. It is our second weekend of play, and with 15 matches to go, it doesn't matter if your knees are weak or your arms are spaghetti. It's time to kick the tires and light those fires because there's only 15 left to make a statement. My name's Toffees. I'll be bringing you the action here this weekend, and I'll be joined by the best and brightest PUBG has to offer. The chief of which are joining me here on the desk to start out. It is Matchroom and Clover, and I'm going to lead into you guys real hard in just a couple of minutes because this has been an absolutely crazy event with how close these teams are. But before we get into breaking it down, let's remind everyone of how those teams got to this point. Going back over the format, 128 teams from two separate regions dropped in at the very beginning. And by the end of it, we were down to our final 16 teams. The top 10 from North America and the top 6 from Latin America have met for 30 matches over 6 days of play. Half of that has passed, but the other half is just beginning. So as we get into that, we know what got us here. Let's talk about what it is that these teams are playing for, Matt. Chief among them.
New year, a new race to make it to PGC, and you can see the fact that PGC points are already on the table. We are at ESL phase number 1, so you're going to be able to walk away with 200 points for getting first in this. The more points you can stack up early means your path to PGC is oh so much easier. Now, while PGC is down the road, there is something else to look at a little bit closer, and that's going to be the prize pool.
Yeah, I mean, look at that too. $12,500 there for the first place team. Nothing really to scoff at. I mean, even all the way down to 16th. That's, some really nice headphones, some good mice, good upgrades for these players who've been putting in the work. But obviously, as you said, Toffees, it's getting really close. So those teams are going to have to work really hard today.
You're going to have to hustle to put that cash in the bank, and I guarantee you guys, as soon as we come back, we're going to go to the leaderboards. We're going to talk about teams that have caught us off guard and who to keep an eye on as we go through the action today. But before we can look at these 15 games, let's take a look back at the 15 that led up to this point.
Everyone trying to cross right now. Sonic's still nomming on the blue. Young Kings getting a shot.
A little bit for this fight to pop off so that they're not paying attention to him, then he can move. And STK just got lasered.
It's just going to be shooting fish in a barrel once he looks up the Zill side. There's one. And now Haven is the last one up, and it is just a matter of time. Dodging out the head, but I mean, he's got a throwable in his hand. Oh! He doesn't have a throwable in his hand for long.
Raw, mechanical talent from these members. Flood. Oh my!
We've seen this guy pop off today. Can he do it again? Spots it out. There you go. Just dismantling him on the angle. Can't quite get the last couple of taps. Spots it out. Switches over weapons.
Sometimes it's spectacular. Sometimes it's disastrous. We'll find out. Val comes up and over the top. Opens the spray. Does get the knock, but down to 1 HP. A second knock. Valiant doesn't need health. He just needs bullet. Here comes the push. Purdy gets the big scope out. Decides that's a bad idea, and they will drive right up on top of it. Disrespecting the underdogs. Get the kill. Purdy got flushed. Halo cannot find this man, and he is causing so much trouble.
Oh no, you can tell they don't have a lot of vision inside this smoke.
Luke's
Halo's
flushed.
trying to blind shoot. He's on the ground, and
He
Halo's
does
blind
it.
spray isn't finding anything. Oh my god. One lone player dealing heavy damage to SDK.
Saw Balefrost driving away to go get the res on the Honey Badger, but the duo was still able to hold. And but at the end, man, that boy Raw. Like, how do you even the times that Raw shows how good he is at this game, and the fact that his team was ready. I mean, they were right there with him as soon as too much. Adam gonna try again. This one might find it. Yeah, it does. Synergy, you can't group on top of a hay bale like that. You're just asking for it. The flashbang disco bonanza as Paraguay shoot will throw out a grenade, but it's not gonna matter.
Cherry might find a little bit of damage here. That's your gas scans. Go be careful. Why kick a book out? What? Adam versus Zero no find that knock.
Well, why kick a Mukal gonna stay alive through that one? He's gonna try to take out. He does.
Y'all got a sneak peek of the standings there at the end of that video, and it did a great job of summing up the chaos that was last week. But it wasn't just the teams that were featured. There were 16 teams that took the field. They'll be the same teams here in the next 15 games. So, Matt, let's dig into this. This is meat and potatoes time. Hack me off a big old piece of that ribeye. Talk to me about one of these teams.
I gotta say bing, bing, boom. Roth, Keenan, Sharpshot, Oldless, these guys have been around for a long time and have had some star performance. We just saw Roth push up a hill at a massive incline and take a 1v3 to get it. These guys have climbed up and are presently in second place on the leaderboard, and it's based off of some phenomenal reads on some very chaotic circles.
I like it. The sound that Matt nailed the steak, Clover. Give me that loaded baked potato.
You know what? I'm gonna actually just really quickly show my appreciation for Synergy. I have loved these players last year when we got to see them come up into the North America scene finally. Capitan is just a phenomenal player. Pippa, Fisher, Chucky. This is such a well-rounded roster. We saw how well they did in their groups. Now up here at this stage, I'm loving it. But I mean, right now, there's so many teams that are performing so well, it's hard to pick just one.
Well, you mentioned performance. Let's take a look at exactly how they are performing. Leaderboards, standings, whatever you want to call them. This is the most important thing in the event, right? The biggest number at the end. This isn't winner, winner, chicken dinner anymore, Matt. If you win with most points, you win the whole thing. And a team that is on top is STK, and they are killing it.
But that said, it is so freaking tight right now.
True.
First to ninth, separated by 13 points. That's one good game. I mean, you can win a round and get 3 kills, and that's all it takes to really just climb up this leaderboard right now. Sure, all these other teams are going to be trying to make points of their own, and that's going to make it a little bit more difficult for ninth just to jump all the way to first. But we've never really seen it this compacted, and if we have, it has been so few and far between that it is a beautiful thing to watch. I mean, Sonics, Gas Cans, and E United all tied up right now on top of all that.
I mean, to break it into smaller chapters, you got top 5 separated by 5 points, top 9 divided by 13 between first and ninth, and then on top of that, Clover, just too easy. I think they cleaned up 63 or 65 points in one day of play to get to 11th, which means the door's pretty open for a lot of them. But my question for you is a tough one, and that is those bottom teams. 15 games left. Is there one of those teams that you believe has the skill, the tenacity, or the roster to become competitive and possibly win this?
I mean, I of the bottom 3, it's going to be tough. Troglodytes has always been a big team in my heart. I know that they have the potential, but to see them this far behind, I know that traditionally they aren't going to catch up. But on the flip side of that, Rumblers, they can rally. And I think that, 65 points, it seems like they're far behind the lead. But if everybody else kind of a point sponges each other's, Rumblers can play catch up. I think there's some potential there.
Hey, I'm always down for a Rumblers rally. We'll see if it happens. We saw the STK rally and the J2E rally at the end of day last weekend, so maybe it's Rumblers go. But that brings us to our next segment. We're not doing who's going to win the whole thing. We're going to talk about teams to keep an eye on, someone to watch, someone that you're interested in. I'm going to start. I'm going to go with Synergy. I picked them to potentially win. I'm still keeping an eye on these guys because they've been so hot and cold. They're coming out with a very good performance in their region from qualifications, and I want to see how they continue to develop. ESL is an important event, but it's also important because not just PGC points, this is a chance to set the tone for the rest of the year. And as you talked about earlier, Matt, the path to PGC is everything. So I want to see how Synergy does as they lay the groundwork for that path. Who's your team to watch?
Well, I'm going to pick one that I feel might be a little bit chaotic, and I've got to go with Just Too Easy. We have seen their first 2 days of play, which was not solid, and then we saw their third day of play, which was amazing. I mean, they were rallying so many points. I'm hoping we're going to continue to see day 3 Just Too Easy and see the influence that they can put up inside of these rounds. But regardless, they are going to be a storyline that I think everybody should be watching. Can they keep their climb up, or was it just a one-day situation? So many people I know are going to be looking to see how they perform today.
I love that. Watch them. Just to put a cherry on top of that, 4 of their 5 games last time they played were higher points than their entire first day of play. So this is a team that's on the upsweep. I love that pick, Matt. I love it. Clover, what do you got?
You know what? I'm not going to go crazy. I'm going to go a little bit safe, but with a little bit of a caveat. I'm picking Sonics because they've kind of had a rough past few tournaments. They've had some events where we've kind of looked at them and gone, where's the Sonics of old? I'm starting to finally see the Sonics of old, and I see them finishing very strong this weekend. This is what we've been wanting from them from the past events at a very kind of poor, I don't want to say poor performance, but let's be honest, it was very poor at PGC. And I think that got in their heads, and as you even said, this is setting the tone for the rest of the year. And for them to come out stronger this event is what I want to see.
I like it. You kind of brought back it's funny because that's a top team, right? Like if we were doing predictions, you said Sonics, I'd be like, wah, wah, wah. But the reality is they're a good team. They're stepping up. Another team we haven't talked about much today, Matt, is STK. They've moved to the top of the board. I want to dig into them for just a second because STK day 1 and day 2 was not, in my opinion, what we saw STK day 3. So I want to know who you think, which version do we get this weekend? And did something change that you know about to sort of set them off?
Well, okay. I love Shoot to Kill, but I'm never going to pick them for anything because it seems like every single time I put them in a prediction or thing to watch, it makes it really bad. So you asked me, so if something happens to them, it's not my fault, Shoot to Kill fans.
Okay.
Now, that said, Shoot to Kill has always been a slow burn team. They love to do their research. They love to have everything mapped. They love to have everything planned. Week 1 is... Specifically, day 1 is usually not their strongest day. And if it is, it's usually just due to the extreme fragging power that they can bring out, and especially close-range fights. I mean, we all know the throwables memes that regard around them, but they have an extreme firefighting capabilities. And the more that they can lean into tactics means the fact that the more that they're going to succeed. With the chaos of the first 2 days circles, that made it a little bit harder for them to get a read, but now that things are starting to, thrive in the chaos and they're figuring out how they want to move forward and they're finding their ways to succeed, I think that they're just going to continue to let those dominoes fall from that and just continue to lean into what works. That's the way that team has always played.
Another team, Clover, that's been kind of catching, I think, a lot of attention. A lot of people said sort of what to expect from them is BBG. I know Matt talked about BBB. Remember the two very different rosters. Give me some insights into BBG and maybe what's working for them right now.
They do have, I think, a good history of playing together, but I'm actually kind of also curious about this. I don't know if any of you guys have seen, but they did make an announcement that they are going to be bringing on a new player after this event. So already in the mindset that going out of ESL and into PCS, there's going to be a roster change regardless. So whether or not they're taking that and just using this as either a goodbye game for Hikerman who will be leaving them, or rather maybe even just figuring out how they can keep their dynamic going until that change happens, I think that could be a little bit of a reason why we've seen them lull just a bit. But that said, I'm really liking what I'm seeing from these guys. And there's a lot of veterans on this team too.
There's a lot of veterans, but they're young too, Matt. I think that interview with Vegas where he said we're sort of like, we've all been around. We've been in a lot of rosters. It's almost like they're a career journeyman trying to make good. I mean, that's got to be challenging though, because everyone's thinking about your failures or your challenges in the past. How do you get past that?
Well, okay. Specifically with this roster, there's a lot to look at. I mean, yes, they have been across a lot of different teams. They have been pulled off of different teams or replaced on different teams. But also a lot of them came into the scene not as, I guess, the OG players, whether it be due to age or whatever else. So they're starting to create their own second generation of play, and I think that makes for a really interesting team and specifically dynamic. We know the fact that these guys don't mind staying up late. They love to practice. They're running Korean scrims. They're putting their all into it because they know the fact that they have had their failings. And so instead, they're using that as fuel to propel themselves forward. Now, they had a pretty bad day on one of their days where they didn't get a lot of points, but then they also had some star performing moments, like that double bridge camp. One side of it was Young Kings and the other side of it was BBG. They had a phenomenal hold to where I think that they held back, 6 teams to where nobody could really cross on their side. It was amazing to watch. So we know these guys can play. It's just a matter of how long can they keep the synergy? Is it honeymoon or is it the fact that we finally have something cemented with these guys?
I think that sums it up well. I think, if they're possibly looking at roster changes, maybe some of the honeymoon has started to break down already. But there is a value to that early on. So we'll see if that continues. Early on, we're going to be going to Miramar. 3 maps to start out, 2 on Erangel to finish this thing up. So as we get ready to head to the desert, I want to remind all of you that we guaranteed it was going to be a crazy year of PUBG in 2022, jam-packed with events. That's not changing it at all anytime soon. While you're watching ESL PUBG Masters go down, take some notes because your next chance to show off your skill is right now. Registration is open for PCS 6 America's Open Qualifier. Registration closes on the 7th and play starts on the 9th. So get more details at na.pubgesports.com and take your shot at the big cash because it's open. There's plenty of time. Anyone can go. We're waiting. The path to PGC starts here. And so does game number 1. I'm getting word the plane is ready to take off, so we're going to head on over to the vivacious voices of Porosaurus and the Cammy D.
Hello, everybody. It is I, Porosaurus. It is he, Cammy D, and we are getting ready to bring you the first day of week number 2. Now, this is so close, Cameron. It's so tight. It might as well be day 1.
Yeah, it's actually insane, the gap. The gap between 1st and 9th place, Shoot to Kill and Built by Gamers right now, that's a gap that we're used to seeing between 1st and 2nd, or 1st and 3rd at this point. So I know that Built by Gamers might be a little frustrated being down in the 9th position on the 2nd page of the leaderboard. Could be very frustrating, but if they just keep that, I mean, I'm sure they're all professionals, right? They should be able to keep in mind that they're actually not that far from the lead. It's the fact that it's so stacked up at the top, which makes me... I don't want to say worried, but like I have zero faith in anyone below Built by Gamers for breaking into that section, because if it was like, oh, we got to wait for like 2 or 3 teams to do bad and we perform well, it's fine. To perform well, if you're like the Rumblers are just too easy, and then all top 9 players teams perform bad, that's that's physically impossible. I feel like
asking a lot.
Yeah,
it's asking a lot. Well, guys, we are getting ready to head into game number 1. Make sure you go and check out the esports map. We have the overhead view that you can check out. They are twitch.tv/PUBG esports map, where you can follow all the rotations and see what everybody's doing. Keep an eye on your favorite team as we make our way through the day. And here we go. First match is already getting ready to get underway. Cameron, kind of going back and touching on what you were saying about BBG, sitting in 9th place, they only had 9 points on Sunday after having such a phenomenal first couple of days for that squad, and then to turn around, they didn't get a single placement point, 9 kills. Is that just, do we just shake it off as being a bad day?
Actually, yeah. So I went back and I was really curious about that, because what I was just saying about BBG, I wasn't trying to be a BBG apologist. Their Sunday wasn't as good as their first 2 days were. They did slip from 1st to 9th place. It's a very close 9th place, but they slipped nonetheless. A lot of those games were very rough rotations. We saw like there were a lot of those weird water circles on Erangel. It was hard for them to break through on those circles. They took some good fights, just unfortunately can't win them all. It was actually the Miramar maps that looked a little weird for me. There were a couple of times that they were in strong positions that they should have been able to hold out opposing teams with the space that they had taken and the angles that they had, and they just weren't able to do so. It was only 2 Miramar games, so that sample size is very small. They should just be able to brush those off and say, bad day, we have 15 more going forward. However, this is a great start for us to see if that trend will continue.
Not too bad. And to be fair, on day number 2, Miramar is where they saw the most amount of success. So maybe they can right the ship. We'll call it a bad day. We'll call it a bad day. They'll shake it off and move on, and we'll see them reset here. Everybody's allowed to have a bad day,
like
Cameron.
My eyes are narrowing like 20%, but that's about it. I'm not ringing in your alarm bells just yet.
You're not giving them the full side eye.
No, not yet.
Okay. Well, that's good to know. What is Dodge doing? All right, we're looking at a couple of guys here in San Martin. Cherry is west of El Pozo, surrounded by Young Kings right now. There's some kind of messed uppery that's happening around here. Just Cherry figured this out. No, he is not, and he's gonna pay the price. There you go. Rajuel gets the easiest kill of Young King's career, which, to be honest, let's be real, Young Kings needs every point they can get.
Yeah, I mean, good start for Young Kings, bad start for Cherry. This is why it's so important to watch parachutes, watch where everyone is dropping. We saw this happen at the very beginning. What?
No, I was just gonna, it might have been a plain DC. It's hard to tell. Game 1 is especially weird since they end up having to sit in the lobby for a long time. So we'll cut them a little bit of slack here.
A little bit of slack. What I mean to say is, like, we saw this with Vegas actually on back to BG. On a broken record, right? On the military base at the first game on Sunday as well. So there's always things to tighten up. The thing is, when you're saying giving some slack, there's so much information that you need to be on the lookout in PUBG. Even the best players, the best teams, there's going to be some things that slip in through the cracks.
Sure. Yeah. Well, at least Cherry didn't get carried around while Young Kings was looting the way Vegas did.
Hey, Purdy and Vegas had a great conversation. I'm sure
was
Sherry would have
fantastic.
liked the interaction to get to know some of his fellow competitors a little bit more, especially, being from the other sub-region, don't get to talk to all that much.
Yeah.
Some nice cultural interaction. I think Sherry's really missing out on that.
Well, I'm sure Cherry would have given them all the interaction they wanted. Here's Alo now is finding himself in a little bit of trouble. The rest of STK a little bit spread out here. You got 2 on the south, 2 on the north here, and they're all having their own individual Latin America problems as young underdogs pushing Penta and I believe that's Purdy Curdy down on the south side. They're going to find Alo. That's going to be underdogs getting the first knock here, and Purdy Curdy's just going to bail on out.
Yeah, this is the risk that you take whenever you try and do a split. We know STK loves these splits in the early game, and it looked like they were going to have the angles to support each other, but, a fight gets lost every once in a while. So hopefully, fortunately, STK still have 3 more to play around with. The thing is, they just need to tighten up that play a lot more going forward now.
I like this from Kurt, actually. This is protecting Luke 12's escape, and so not going to give Fisher the benefit of having free shots over the down onto his teammate. Kurt will back him up a little bit here as things look like they're going to be calming down a little bit. Now, I'm curious, Cam, you're looking at this first circle. What are you thinking are going to be some of the stronger points and weaker points going forward?
So in a circle like this, there's Shumasera that is dead center, and I think that's definitely a location that a lot of teams are going to be looking at for this phase of the game. The high ground that is on the hills and mountains around it can give you so much information that we all know is crucial for the early starts of the game. I wouldn't necessarily recommend going into the city itself, though this warehouse district could be pretty good, but it's looking at where Chubby is, where Kill Demo is actually forced to retreat from because BBB want that spot and they're going to be fighting for it.
Yeah, it looked like Trog may have been trying to bite off more than they could chew. They wanted the high ground and the low ground, so instead they want to pull back. Kill Demo still getting shot at here, but it looks like Keenan's not going to be able to find the damage onto him. But yeah, I completely agree with that, Chuma. That high ground, we see that these late game circles fall quite often over on this area. What are you looking at as unfavorable, maybe?
Unfavorable right now, it's got to be the island, right? It's in the circle. At first glance, it's like, oh man, it's a little tempting. Maybe we can go there and sneak out a little sneaky early game movement here. But the chances of the circle actually going to this island are so small, and crossing bridges is always such a risk that this is definitely one of the positions that you don't want to be taking in the early games here. I'd also look at the fields around Picado as something that you should sort of question, though that might be an area that a team that's coming in super late from the north, in this case, are going to be looking at 22 for that, to not... I mix it up. Don't go to Picado Fields unless maybe you're coming in late. That's sort of like the secondary unfavorable position. But outside of those 2 spots, there's really not a lot of places that you can go wrong in this circle because of how prevalent the high ground can be. It's going to be where phase 2 shifts to. That is really going to like either double down or completely remove the advantages of a lot of these positions in phase 1.
Yeah, I'd almost double down and say just really anywhere on the edge. This is one of those circles where the high ground in the center is so prevalent, and there's so many different spots that you can hold and play and just kind of camp up that trying to play that edge play style where you come in, you wait for the circle shifts, and then you come in and just kind of clear around you. It makes it a little bit more difficult here, doesn't it? Just because there's it's hard. It's hard to push the high ground. It's a meme for a reason. That high ground is always going to be a little bit better, as we see everybody kind of opting. You're seeing right here on your map, all the teams kind of taking that. Even Young Kings coming in late, they're finding a way to make their way over here. And with the exception of the teams that have kind of made that late rotation in, everybody kind of opting towards the center.
BBG right now coming in below the bridges. They're coming in late. They know that there's going to be a lot of individuals around them. In fact, you can see Balefrost here scouting out, finding the information. The question is he going to elect to take the fight? And yep, he's definitely going to take a couple of shots out. Just too easy. We'll see if they can't win this fight. Like I said, these sort of engagements that the BBG have taken on Sunday have not gone their way. If they can get a knock, look at their position on the map. They're actually putting themselves in a really good spot to try and capitalize on any knocks that they were to get on Just Too Easy. The problem is they got to actually get the knocks.
Yeah, this is rough. You can see in the kill feed as well, STK and Synergy involved in a fight. Purdy Curdy did get knocked. Hasn't been flushed just yet. I think that was Paragua shoot. Just happened to push in And I think he may have tried to push off the knock. Maybe Fisher wasn't with him. His Synergy a little bit split here. STK is split as well, but it looks like STK is going to be able to reset at least, but still very, very split here. They've got Penta still off to the south, so a big valley in between them, but Synergy going to lose one for their efforts. Meanwhile, BBG trying to reset after Vegas gets knocked, and looks like Just Too Easy might be wanting to push this. No, they're just going to hold their spot.
They're definitely holding them out, though, because BBG need to make a move at some point. Their access to the road has been cut off by Just Too Easy's compound. That's why Balefrost is already swimming across the water. This is an interesting decision. My only assessment is that they just feel trapped under this bridge. There's no way out. The circle is it's going to shift not too long from now, so there's no real advantage from trying to go out into the blue. Vegas gets knocked again in the kill feed. This is... BBG are looking for a way into the circle, and Just Too Easy are not giving it to them.
They sure aren't, but they're also not really in a position to capitalize off of these knocks they're getting on Vegas. I mean, obviously his head is just going to be...
Ned is trying!
He's doing his best, but those grenades, they only go so far.
That's
so far.
ambitious.
Well, now, there you go. This circle pop going to force that situation to come to a head here, as we are going to be centering up around Chumacera. Sonic's in that 2-2 split, looking like a good position. Troglodytas have the high ground as well. BBB starting to creep over in that direction, though.
Yeah, as you said, Sonic's in a really nice spot. Dodge and 22 taking those Mikado Fields as well. They're not feeling super upset about that because they don't have to move too far at this point. And it's going to be the other teams around Chumacera. They're going to have to deal with the rotations coming their way. And anytime there's high mountains, low valleys, rotations can be very, very tricky, very, very difficult. A lot of choke points to have to deal with, and that just... Even the defending teams can take a little bit of damage from the mass amounts of migrants in those areas.
It looks like BBG going to be able to reset and get on out. They're going to take a few shots from Edge in the escape, but for the most part be okay. Roji Wow shots down towards Underdogs as they're making their wrap over towards Vitamar, but it looks like Underdogs can just avoid this altogether, continue to wrap around north. So everybody just kind of making their way in right now, avoiding any straight-up confrontation, well, except for maybe this. Just Too Easy and Synergy going to be squaring up on the mountains.
Yeah, this looks like a full committed as well, but this is only half of Just Too Easy. This is a 4 versus 2. Well, 3 versus 2, because Synergy already lost a player, and a little bit of damage to Capitan. They're actually going to fall out. So I thought this was going to be a full committal, but I guess they don't favor that little ridgeline strong enough. They're just going to hold on to this one single piece of the circle. I'm a little worried that Synergy are already playing this a little bit too scared. I guess losing Paragua is making them very nervous to take any engagements right now.
Yeah, and I'm assuming that maybe they just didn't have a really good read on how much or how many of Just Too Easy were really around there.
Also
so
possible.
Maybe they were just concerned that they were getting flanked and weren't ready for it. But Fisher staying behind as Capitan will make his way in. Rumblers, meanwhile, creeping right below E United. You see shots coming out from Corsac right now, just keeping E United in their little divot. But Rumblers still one short here. They've got, I believe that's Waldo from range. So not really expecting a push here, given that it's hard cover.
Ooh, actually Waldo has an angle into E United. He just dealt some damage to them, forcing them in. I'm liking this approach by the Rumblers right now. The biggest criticism of them is that they take way too long to actually start to assert themselves in the circle. And so putting themselves in a solid position is looking good, but the approach of BBG is going to change their minds, rightly so. They have a good solid defense against them to the south right now. It's only Waldo caught off on his own potentially, but as you said, his distance away shouldn't be too much of a worry now that he's actually behind hard cover.
Yep, shots from the south will be enough to pull Rumblers back towards Waldo's position, regain that hard cover for Rumblers, and they'll have to come up with a different strategy for pushing through E United while keeping an eye on BBG. It looks like BBG, for their part, just content to spread out here on the south. They've got a little bit of real estate to work with in the circle. They're keeping an eye back where they just came from to make sure Just Too Easy doesn't come from behind. And it looks like, oh no, Fisher spots out Penta. Penta was miles away from the rest of STK. I guess it just never was able to find a vehicle and able to rejoin his team. So he's going to go down out in the blue. We'll get flushed out as the circle shifts once again, and it's going to favor Sonics. And look at this, 22. One of the teams that came in very, very late, and they have a nice little 2-2 split going on the roadside.
They do, they're going to have to defend it. Anyone crashes in on them, sure, Dodge is going to be able to assist 22, but I think 22 are also going to be taking some shots from them. Sonics are also grouping on up. Chocolatita's moving in, and there are a couple of different teams that are wrapping around the edges, wrapping around the sides. We haven't seen all that much damage outside of a few knocks here and there, and I think the lack of space available on the top half of this circle might start to accelerate those things.
Gas Can's going to have to stop down here just a little bit, scout out on the north side. They've got lots of stuff to work with there on that northern part of the circle. But Adam going to have to heal up after taking some shots from Nootropic. Underdogs, meanwhile, have been trying to make this wrap happen for quite some time, but Young Kings now getting right in the middle of them. You see HVZ is off in the distance, taking shots over at Rosie Wow. He's got the tires taken down. He's done. Now can he rejoin the rest of his squad as the the gate kept have become the gatekeepers?
Okay, so he has a bike, he has a vehicle, he has some way out, and this is the best vehicle to have if you're the last one to come on in, trying to be the flank individual. Should be able to just zoom around Young Kings, especially considering Young Kings also have to get into the circle themselves. And so this sort of wrap and surround that Underdogs seem to be doing on Young Kings is proving to be somewhat successful, of course. FCC also goes down. Oof. Not exactly the result that they would have wanted from that, but maybe HVZ can come on in and give the assistance to be able to fully wipe Young Kings and get their teammate back up. He's already bleeding out, and yeah, that's not going to be a recovery.
Oh, man. This is one of those fights that neither team really wants to be in, but neither team can really escape.
Yeah.
Without having to take the risk of getting worked. There's Armatix. We'll find why, because with some damage from the grenade, going to return the favor with some utility of his own. Meanwhile, Arma on his own, essentially, here is HBZ. It's way out in the blue, and there comes the push. Because we'll take him out, and that will be it for him. We'll see if HVZ can find his way in, but it looks like he is just content to die to the blue. Meanwhile, Just Too Easy making their push in. They're going to find Luke 12 all alone in this compound.
Wait, where's Purdy? Why are SDK still committing to splits this late in the game when they're already this damaged? This is really, really bad. Purdy is coming in as quickly as he can. You can see him in the minimap on a vehicle, but Luke 12 needs to post a solid defense, especially now because that's not a quiet vehicle.
That's a
They
good
could easily turn on one of them. The fact that they're separated is the biggest issue. Look at the shots coming in onto the vehicle.
Yeah, I think Luke 12 hadn't taken a shot. I don't think Just Too Easy knew he was there, but Purdy Cardi proven to be a good distraction. Gets through. Unfortunately, Luke can't find a knock off of that. And now Nejum is working the roadside. The circle does pop, and it's going to go north yet again. Yaho gets a nice central position. Sonic's also in, and they're in a good spot to do a little gatekeeping off of anything that comes from this south side. And that's going to be STK, Just Too Easy, United, BBG. A lot of teams going to have some big decision-making to do.
This is rough. Just Too Easy. They're the ones that have the power, whether they want to stick around or not. And I saw one of them get into a vehicle. But maybe these two individual players could just be the sort of bait that they need. But right now, Young King is coming into Nootropic territory. Again, Nootropic are also split. The backup is coming, but Colton has already been knocked.
Yeah, Nootropic tried to send a couple toward the north to maybe take some shots into Gas Can, maybe find themselves a spot on the north side of this circle, but end up paying the price for it. Lampalot going to go down. It's knocked and flushed. Colton knocked as well. Won't be resable. It's just going to be two now for Nootropic, Hello Senpai, and Leda. Trying to find some ridge lines to work with here. But Gas Can starting to look over in that direction. Meanwhile, Just Too Easy, while trying to deal with STK, now getting pushed on the backside from Built by Gamers.
This could be the opportunity that SDK could need to try and backstab them, but then again, trying to maneuver around these hotel, motel, Holiday Inn buildings.
Nice.
Yeah, I don't. Luke's gonna go for it, but I think Just Too Easy hopping into the vehicles. They want out. The circle's gonna start, or it's actually already started closing. It's gonna get onto them in just a few moments.
That's the right play from Just Too Easy. Honestly, they can't be screwing around, messing around outside a circle trying to clear this out. So, fortunately, they'll get out of there in probably enough time that STK, should they decide to, can probably make a rotation of their own. Meanwhile, Synergy engaging with Gas Cans. Gas Cans getting pinched from both sides, two down. As you can see, Greg shot the last one up, trying to hold the push from Nootropic, while Synergy is also coming over there to see if they can get some points off of this. Greg shot, one grenade in hand. Trying to see if he can maybe land what he's flashed within an inch of his life. But no, the shots from Pippa as Synergy comes over at the perfect time. And now Nootropic and Synergy might have to deal with it. But look at this, Rumblers now coming behind Synergy.
Everyone wants to get involved in this fight. Even people on the south side who have the high ground angles are just throwing some shots in here. But suddenly, as you said, the Rumblers are pushing on out. They're even shooting outside of the sides of their vehicle because that's been the meta for quite a while. Grenades come out. A lot of flashes, a lot of throwables. And that's some good damage. A number of knocks and full-on kills as well. That is space cleared. But how are Nootropic going to respond to this?
Yeah, this is what you want to see from Rumblers. You want to see this aggression coming out there, looking and seeing if they can third-party fights going on the edge as we wait and see where the next circle decides to take us. Just too easy now, trying to get involved with Sonics, but Sonics ready to hold them back. H-Win finds Code Kid with the first grenade. Another knock comes through, more Molotovs to see if he can finally finish it off. Sonics not pushing this as aggressively as we've seen them do this in the past. They're just kind of holding the line. Maybe the third parties that have come through in the past have been enough to pump the brakes just a little bit. You can see STK eating a little bit of blue damage out there in the background. I think Tickleton may have spotted them out as well, but right now the priority has to be just too easy.
Priority for Sonics is points. Yeah, as long as they keep one member with an eye on just too easy, they're going to take any opportunity to clear them out, but that doesn't mean that they can't shoot other people like STK. Back here on the north side, LosHG tries to send his shots out, but Nootropic looked like such a solid defense, but 2 versus 4. The advantage was heavily in the Rumblers' favor. And that's going to be Corsac being picked up, but they're going to have to move. The circle is about to start closing, and they are unfortunately on the far side of the zone.
They are very far, as you said. They do have plenty of vehicles there, so they should be able to reset before they make the move. We'll keep an eye on them. United, meanwhile, have been pretty quiet this game. They held that compound, kind of held Rumblers from pushing them, and now they've made their way in underneath Sonics, working that cliff side, as Just Too Easy seems to have reset for the most part, while Sonics just kind of keep an eye out, make sure that they don't get pushed. Sonics can't really do anything about Just Too Easy right now because of Bing Bang Boom watching over the top here. But here you go, Rumblers finally making their push, and they're going to find Ecuz.
A lot of good damage, but Young King's got to find these angles. They're all on the south side. Rumblers are finding the opportunity to sort of isolate White because he's actually going aggressive. He wants to take this forward position, hopefully catch Rumblers off guard. It seems that he's able to sort of squeeze himself in. He finds a wounded player swinging out for more.
Oh, he's got 2, he's got 3. Give him one more. He's going to go down to kill Demo, but and 1 FPS watching his players back. You had 2 members of Young Kings try to make their way in, and Rumblers get picked apart by the snake in the compound. Los trying to survive here a little bit. Will go prone, and 1. We'll keep an eye on that. Would love to get that point. He's going to go down. Los HD not going down without a fight.
That kill was worth 2 points because they wanted to confirm Valley8's death as well. I don't think Los HD is going to get the revive there. And yeah, now that he goes down, it's going to be the point going over towards Troglodytas. A good run by the Rumblers. Just caught off on the far end of the blue. Oh, now Yoho dealing with Troglodytas. Shimboy pushed up close and personal. Trying to sneak up. Grenades. Dealing some damage. So many knocks. Shimboy has to strike now.
Big knock from Shimboy. That's going to open up a little bit of room for Yoho to work with. Haruzan and Punaj already down. Sparking now knocked as Troglodytas is playing tower defense, and they are playing it well. Necro, the last one up, though, as Shimboy is trying to make his way through the cliffs. We'll try to... Can he get the res? He can. Sparking.
Oh. This would be huge. This would be huge. Granted, this also allows Troglodytas to get their own reses, but with 0 kills on the board right now, Yoho need to try and find some way to grab at least a few points alongside whatever they can grab from placements. Sparking trying to post up and at least defend his other team's res, forced to fall down.
Oh, there it is. Necro going to find another one. How many grenades does Troglodytas have? It's going to be enough, and there you go. Yoho gets cleaned up, and I was going to say they have to be quick about this because Bing Bang Boom making a long rotation up to the north here. They're going to pull in to the south side of Trog's compound. We'll see if they can spot him out. Sonics, meanwhile, on the move. They have Just Too Easy. They've had Just Too Easy just below them. They will find Nejin, get them first knock. Ragnar going to go down, and just like that, Just Too Easy is wiped clean.
Yeah, no knocks on the Sonics, no real damage onto them. That was gonna be just a big Hail Mary to try and drive out of that position. And this clears so much space for the Sonics. So you have to contend with the EU9. You can actually see that in the distance. Lines back and forth between the two squads. Singleton gets dropped first.
Oh, and E United had all day to prepare for this eventual push from Sonics, and it looks like it's paying off dividends right now. 2 knocks through so far. Shrimzy lays down the smoke, trying to protect his down teammate Mime. Maybe try to go for the res. E United being held at bay right now by H-Win's and mini work, and it's working out pretty well, but H-Win himself has been spotted. 2 HP, and he's going to go down. Shrimzy should be able to get this res back up, but Sonics falling to pieces right now.
The fact that H-Win didn't seem to land even a single shot to force that E United player down for the heal. You know, he was going for the knock, but he couldn't even land anything to delay the time. That is the real heartbreak here for Sonic. Tiggleton does get confirmed. And just with the line, with the angle that we saw onto H-Win, I don't know if he's going to get revived either. This is a good knock coming out from Mime, however.
There you go, Mime. Getting involved here. United having to watch their south side as well. You can see they got the knock and the flush onto Haze-10. So Shrimzy and Mime, the 2-man wrecking crew coming through from Sonics. H-Win has not been flushed out just yet, so they could reset. Sonics showing signs of life, even though this hold from United looked to be so strong. They are showing signs of giving up here. The Snakers has gone down. Oh, Kickstart gone down. But Sonics will eventually get taken out. Great hold from United, but wow, Sonics gave him everything it could handle.
Yeah, man, if Shrimzy knew how low both those players were, he might have gone for the push there, and that could have been the entire tide of this fight turning. But for United, they're able to keep all 4 up. They waited and waited to fight. Ooh, but kicks are getting knocked again. 22, they're trying to take advantage of this limping United.
Yeah, 22 has been trying to get over here and see if they can third party United this whole time. They lost Haze-10 in the process, and now they're coming over still. The Balkan will go down. Hasn't been flushed just yet. You can see Bing Bang Boom has actually sent Keenan down here. Bing Bang Boom did manage to take out Troglodytes while we were watching that Sonics fight. Dodge has also kind of worked their way up to the north side here. They're down to 3. So you can see our top 4 remaining. United, the only team still at full strength, but everybody else working with 3.
Rays come out, Mirage goes down. That's going to be huge for Bing Bang Boom. Because now the rest of Dodge aren't really in a position to fully upset BBB's positioning. They're going to have to fall back, though, because it's looking like they're trying to hold on to a bit too much space. Keenan rotating away, trying to just hold on to the west side, allow E United and 22 to fight it out, as both those teams are the ones pushing in from the east.
Bing Bang Boom managed to get one of Dodge, but took the knock onto Roth, and that's actually huge. Opens up a little bit of a door here for Finna to push up, and it also means that Roth and Oldless aren't kind of using that high ground advantage that BBB has gotten for themselves by taking that spot here. Can't really third party. They do get the res. They can get back and reset here. But E United, you can see, is trying to hide through the smoke, trying to make their way into the circle, but they've got to worry about Keenan. And 22 also has a line on this. Balkan is being sent down to get right in their faces.
This is huge. Bing Bang Boom are trying to continuously hold on to a lot of this circle. The damage coming out, though, does allow Balkan, as you said, to get that first knock onto United. Can Oldless try and confirm any more? More flashes go out. He wants to push. Aggressive positioning, though, by Relo is going to trade that one back.
Oh, but there's shots coming from everywhere. Ethan is getting knocks from the far north side of this circle. E United, they've down to 2, but the 2 are pushing hard here as 22 will try to come in and backfill, do some damage, but they're not going to get the knocks. Flood, meanwhile, has taken out Keenan. Oldless, I believe, has been taken out as well. Yes, Bing Bang Boom down to just Roth, who is very, very low HP. You can see Dodge, Finna, and Ethan. They've just been vibing on the north side of this circle, trying to find angles onto anything they can. They've been doing some damage, getting involved. And Vinny, no, he goes down to his own Molotov.
Oh, that's huge. Yeah, this is great for Dodge. They were down to 2 before many of these other teams. And so, big question on how they could try and get into the circle and make it higher on the leaderboard, get more points in this game. But they're dealing damage and just trying to thin everyone in this circle out. 22 goes down, and it is now a solo and 2 duos. Suddenly is becoming very doable for Dodge.
Oh, 22. Oh, that might have been a ping issue. I'm not sure, but Balkan takes out Haven. Shoots his own player in the back of the head, maybe. I mean, we've seen it happen before. We've seen it happen before with some of our Aussies, where you know, you think the guy is clear, and he's actually not. And He ends up paying the price for it. All right, Dodge has center circle. They've got the entire circle, really. Roth has just a whole lot of smokes. I'm not sure. Okay, he's got 2 left, but he's dropped about 20 in the past 2 minutes trying to stay alive while Dodge was trying to take him out.
Ooh, it's a
Kickstart
fake,
and
though.
flood. Ooh, yep.
I love this. I love this. He's expecting Dodge. I believe he's expecting Dodge to be in the position that they are right now. And so he's throwing those smokes out to try and take Finna's attention, try to take Ethan's attention. But instead, he's going to be rotating clockwise up to the north side. And so he and E United are basically going to be acting as 2 different knives trying to attack Dodge here.
I mean, looking to see how United decides to approach this. I mean, there's a lot of different valleys that they can kind of work between and reposition maybe outside of the line of sight of Dodge and pop up and strike at a place where they're not expecting. You can see Dodge very, very concerned about Roth right now, as they should be. I mean, you're down to 2 and you're having to watch both sides. Roth will find Finna. Can he find Ethan as well? He's going to try to flush out that kill. Not going to find. Yeah, there he is. Okay. And now, just like that, United looking like they're in a strong spot to win here. But like you said, Cam, the terrain is so weird around here. United needs to be careful not to turn this into a series of 1v1s.
Incendiaries go out. Angle found. That's Ethan down. And now Roth in a 1 versus 2. He's clutched similar situations before. And this is the beginning. 1 versus 1. Does he know where Kickstart is?
There's a big knock on the Flood. He'll get that point as well. 10 kills in the bag for BBB. No matter how this one ends, they'll be happy with their position. We would love to get that win, though. He spotted out Kickstart. The smokes are going to get laid down. Can Roth try to figure out a way? Oh, no, he's got the blue on his back. There's not really much he can do. The smoke will keep him safe for now. He's going to keep shooting over towards Kickstart, keep his head down. Kick tries to pull out the Molotov to force Roth to push in the way he wants him to, but now it's just a question of how many flashbangs can Kick throw at this man. Roth is already on fire. He's going to lose half his HP for it. Kick will spot out the bush, and E United gets the win.
What a close match at the very end. But E United, despite waiting and waiting and waiting, they come out with a 20-point grab to start the day. This is a team that sort of disappeared in the latter half of the first weekend for different reasons. They claimed that a few of them were feeling a little ill, but nonetheless, they're now right back on top. I feel this has got to put them in first place, I feel.
Yeah, look, I don't know if they were feeling ill last weekend, but I can tell you through one game, they look sick.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you're welcome, Thomas.
Nailed it.
I already got
Great.
it for you already. But like,
lowest hanging fruit possible. In fact, are you sure you didn't hurt your back reaching down for that one?
No, I just hurt my back carrying this whole. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. You set me up for it. But look, United, they played it slow, right? It was kind of measured aggression that you saw from them because, like, look, they held their compound against the push from Rumblers. Then, whenever they were finally forced to push into the circle, they kind of played it quiet while Sonics was holding Church of Los essentially, and just set themselves up for that big fight against Sonics. Now, to be fair, Sonics damn near won that fight. Like, that was real close.
That was so close. E United coming out with 4 on top doesn't really show how close Sonics was to being able to take them. And who knows, it could have been a Sonic win. It also could have just been a Roth win because he also made it so very close at the end.
I mean, it's scary when he's by himself. Yeah. He really is. Well, that is one game in the books, and it is showing to be just as close as the leaderboard would let you know this whole tournament has been. So I'm getting ready for an exciting day. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, the analyst desk will break down what we saw in game number 1. Guys, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
I'm quite superstitious with my warm-up, actually. Some days I play, and I'll just do really badly, and I'll look at the warm-up and be like, must not have worked.
Either doing an aim labs routine, so just getting myself warm and ready to start aiming, and then I usually hop into PUBG.
To make sure I get enough sleep, wake up, get some food in me.
I take a cold shower. When I got to the PC, I just like playing like 50 minutes of training mode, a few TDM matches.
Yo describiría el estilo de juego de mi equipo como, vamos a llamarlo de una forma, con mucho huevo pero inteligente.
Fighting people wherever we can, whenever we can, so we could get momentum throughout the tournament.
Bueno, el estilo de juego del equipo es dependiendo también del círculo. Si estamos bastante cerca del centro, optamos por ir al centro, y si no, jugar borde hasta ver la opción de ir ingresando más. Pero después también Todo depende de la partida. Si somos agresivos tenemos que pushear, pusheamos y si no, nos esperamos al círculo nomás.
But we do like to take fights on the edge a lot if we need to get into those positions to get points, and it really kind of leaves it more in our hands versus like playing center and hoping we get fed.
I mean, we pretty much just adapt to whatever we're given. My favorite loadout right now, and it's always been my favorite loadout, would be the M4 and Mini.
My favorite is 100% barrel SLR, by the way.
The barrel is like way too OP to not play it. And the Mini is just so good and so consistent, so.
7.62 is just such a high like damage output. You can really like change a fight really quickly with just a couple of well-placed shots.
Bom, minha combinação de arma normalmente não tem muito um padrão, porque depois do meta da Beril, aí vão buffar M4, então eu tô me acostumando a não ter muito um padrão, porque buffs e nerfs vão e vêm, então eu prefiro aprender a jogar com todas as armas, então aqui eu estiver encontrando no mapa ali agora, eu tô jogando.
Game 1 is in the books, or game 16 if you prefer, as United comes out with a big 10-kill win. So there was a point where it could have been a lot of different teams taking that chicken dinner. But remember, we're back to the points rule. It's not just about who gets the chicken, it's about who puts the most points on the board. And two people who always put the big points on the board are Matcham and Clover, as they join me here to break down the action today. And what better way to break it down than just to jump into it? Y'all know what time it is? Highlights!
It's highlights. See, you said people put down the big points on the board, and I thought you were just going to say Kickstart and Flood, who we saw 1v1 at the end. But before we get to the end, let's talk about the beginning of this, because I think it was you, Toffees, who brought it up. The crazy circles that we've seen thus far, having Chicken Wing that prominent in the first phase and having players kind of play up on the hill and Chumacera, that was already a rough setup for some of these teams, as it really pulled them away from areas that we typically see a lot of our Miramar games kind of take place in. It was a lot of crazy rotations.
Well, even that, there were specifically early fights from teams that are known to not enjoy early fights. Most notably, Shoot to Kill and Synergy getting into a skirmish is very peculiar, specifically in Circle 2. I mean, it might have even been Circle 1 on the rotation. I don't remember exactly. But it led into a lot of just trench pushes, a lot of foot rotations that we're very familiar with on Miramar, but also led for, look at how close Shinboy is to these other teams. Whenever you're in an environment like this on the outskirts of Chumacera, there are so many little sneaky paths that you can take and just absolutely ruin another team.
Yeah, I mean, really, we're already in phase 6, and there wasn't a lot of cover. Most teams were kind of vying for the edge, and 22, I really like that position. They took the ridge a little bit early, wrapped around, and took out kind of what was left there from the south. But then this 1v1 fight, I mean, I almost kind of called it, right? We saw Dodge in the center. Their attention was split. You had Roth that was shooting from downhill, so they were kind of trying to watch them, and then that kind of attention getter between Flood and Kickstart. But United, 20 points, beautiful play from them. Bing Bang Boom, on the other hand, so close, still 10-kill game, but I feel like they should have won this.
Yeah, but come on, 16 points, that's still good. That's still good.
and won a 1v2 to move it
Right?
into a 1v1.
Right?
Yeah.
All right, Clover,
Cut
let's
some breaks here.
more Big Bang Boom, not Bing Bang Doom, okay? They had a good game. They had a good game. Let's talk about, though, we have a lot of kill-focused teams, it looks like. Synergy with 5, Rumblers went out and put 4, so teams are definitely, and Young Kings, still, almost no placement points, but 8 freaking kills. That's how they're getting points. Let's see if it pays off. For Young Kings, not so much. Still, bottom 3 is what it is. But overall standings, as you look at them now, it is still decidedly close, Clover.
Yeah, if anything, the fact that United and Bing Bang Boom both had 10 kills apiece for that game, it didn't change too much up, but Sonic's starting to lose a little bit of that lead. They still had 5 kills that game, but I mean, it's the placement points. They really got to find ways to not get stuck in these really strange situations on the edge of the circle, because I think that they can start to catch up. And now look at this, the ties are still here.
Yeah, I mean, I want to talk about Big Bang is killing me. Bing Bang Boom, Matt, because the reality is when we watch them play, again, we saw a huge moment. Roth has been clutching out. His 3x play has been phenomenal, and it feels like anytime Oldless is on guard, Roth is up on top of the hill going hard, and he's pushing aggressively. He's making great plays. This is the second time we've seen in a couple of days where he could have pulled out clutches or has pulled out clutches. He seems like he's playing. Is he always this good? Am I just misremembering?
If we look back historically, he's known for making very intelligent plays and being able to propel a team into very high-end success, even on international stages. So it's one of the things that he never got to the tip top to where we were talking about his team every single game, but he has always been so freaking consistent in his performances. Again, reminder back to making an uphill push, 1v3, being on fire after winning a fight up against Flood, who we have been talking about is just absolutely insane right now. That shows the performance that he can bring to us.
Absolutely. And I want to kind of follow that up real quick. I mean, I'll bring in a metaphor, right? You can have an amazing quarterback on a team, but if you don't have a good defense to surround that quarterback, they're not going to be able to play well. And I think that that's sometimes what we've seen with Roth, right? We've had teams where maybe he hasn't had the synergy, I'll pull another word right there, with the roster to be able to be as clutch or as well as we liked. I mean, the The Roth that we're seeing right now is kind of the Roth that I feel like we saw at the beginning of last year. And I'm loving this. I'm loving this whole team. And I think that this is not a fluke event for them.
You know, and I think you bring up an interesting point. The offensive line is important to protect that quarterback. But if we're talking about football metaphors, Matt, Flood has been an incredible, like, new wide receiver, new running back, new safety. He seems like he's really fitting the bill.
I mean, he's just everywhere. And he's provided this extra little bit of firepower for E United that was just, again, it's like if you need somebody that can frag out, you give your eyes a glance over to Australia because they are pumping out some people right now. Let's be real. And Flood is the new guy on the block for the Americas region with that. And the moment he has stepped in, he's like, hey guys, you remember me from PGC? You remember me from PGC? I'm here. I'm just going to start taking all of the firefights with very little fear and high-end success time and time again.
Is there, real quick, is there accolade deserved for that, Clover? I mean, how hard is it to come into a team, like it's a new, join a roster and then have people notice
I mean,
that?
a team as established as this one, right? I mean, you talk about the last 2 years that this squad has had together. I think a lot of people were kind of curious, if that shift was going to work well in their favor. But as you say, I mean, Flood, probably one of the top players out of the Oceania region. We've seen his performance at APAC and level and PGC as well. So giving him a chance to shine in the North America region, which suits his style of play, I think there's no doubt in my mind that we'll see him consistently be at the top of these lists for the year to come.
If you guys think that you've got what it takes to be at the top of the list, I've got news for you. There's more ways to play when it comes to PUBG. And in this case, it is the New State Mobile Mashup. We're bringing you even more Battle Royale madness as New State Mobile is launching the new mashup where you can play in weekly events hosted by your favorite influencers and qualify to play against them for up to $250,000 in prize money. Check out all of the details at esl.gg/New State Mobile Mashup to have your chance to get in the game. And now it's time for us to get into game number 2 as we head over to the two gentlemen, the kings of the cast. It's Cammy D and the Porosaurus.
Hello, everybody. We are back again. I am Porosaurus. Joining me once again is Cameron Davis as we are getting ready to head into game number 2. Cameron, one game through, and it's still just as tight as it was going into that game. I mean, I guess it's only one game, right? So it's still crazy.
But still, it's great to see on how much shifting around can still happen on the leaderboard. Like, E United got 4 positions, to kill, lost 3, dodge +2, gas cans -2. And I think we're going to continue to see just some heavily shuffling. Usually you don't see that this late into a competition. It's more like slow, eventual progress once you already have this many points on the leaderboard. So I still don't think you can call who's going to be ahead on the day, and definitely not the weekend. Like, I don't even think you could have called that, no matter how the leaderboard would have looked. But still, on the day, Synergy Esports could be back at the top by the end of this Friday.
Could do. I'll tell you right now, I'm not willing to try to make any calls on who's going to be at the top of the leaderboard at the end of the day. I mean, it's I'll leave it for everybody else to decide and analysts to talk about and all that stuff as to whether or not this is a result of kind of the lobby getting better or some of our top teams kind of falling back down to earth a little bit, maybe showing a little bit of rust. But regardless of the answer, it's fun to watch, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is, I don't know if we've talked about this, but it was something that we were at least talking about in the green room. Yesterday, I was watching the games on the desk, is like, we're seeing, granted, the previous game contradicts this, but as a general trend, we're starting to see a lot more end games with more 4 people, like 4-player teams still alive at that point, compared back to points rule of 2020 and before that. And so I think that, sure, it's a little bit of readjusting away from most chickens into points rule. But I think there's also some lessons that teams have learned from most chickens that they're going to bring into here. I still very much favor points rule as a format in general, but that doesn't mean that, there's some things that they could have learned.
Yeah, I mean,
look at United.
Sure. Look, a lot of these teams, I think, we talked about it last week about how excited a lot of these guys are to get back to basics, back to what they know, right? Going out there and getting a bunch of kills, not having to worry about getting that chicken dinner, about finishing off the win. And you're kind of seeing, I think, a little bit of the results of that. So for a perfect example, right, Sonics has only had, out of the 3 days that we've played so far, they've only had double digits in placement points one day, and they got 10. So it's like, you can tell Sonics is trying to go back to that playstyle where they just go out and they just hunt kills, because that's what they're good at.
Yeah.
That's what they've always been good at. And it's just a question of kind of getting your feet out underneath you. Now, usually with Sonics, it was they would go out and get a whole bunch of kills, and they would find themselves getting a whole bunch of placement points too, because they ended up being in the late game lobby. So we'll see if that kind of returns to being what we're used to seeing.
Yeah, I do think that a lot of just the general skill of the lobby has caught up to the Sonics since the very beginning of their run at the start of 2020, when they became the best team in the region, or in one of the best teams in the world. So I don't think it's going to be quite as easy for them going forward, but they're still going to be in the conversation all the time. They have the most kills, 88, even though, as you said, they have so few placement points. I think they're sitting at like 20 right now of placements, but nonetheless, yeah. Let's look at phase one. This is understandable. It is a stark, like the literal opposite of the previous circle. It's now far north, a little bit towards the east, and this is so much more open than what we just saw in Chuma.
Big fan of this circle. All right, I love seeing them go hard to the northeast here. Young King's right in the dead center, looting. Just kind of right around that city. We'll see if they decide to post. This is one of those circles where it's weird, Cam, where you got to make that decision. If you're a team that drops way on the edge, right, like Young Kings or BBG that are kind of looting up in Campo Milito, all of a sudden you get the circle that falls on top of you. Now you're so used to, you intentionally pick that position because you want to come in late. You want to rotate in to a circle. You don't want to be in the dead center right off at the beginning of your drop. So is Young Kings going to be kind of having to adjust a little bit here? Are they kind of mad actually that they got this circle?
I don't know about mad, because they do have priority on getting to strong positions, but as far as it being a different approach, a different mindset, 100%. In fact, I just got this scene into my head. I'm sure you're incredibly familiar with it, where you might have not gotten as much sleep as you wanted to the night before, and you're sitting in class and you're focusing, but then out of nowhere your mind starts to wander without you recognizing it, and then suddenly the teacher calls on you. You're like, what? Wait.
That literally happens to me all the time to this day. I'm not even in school anymore. Finally, but
or if you wanted to be even more topical, now that everyone's working from home on the Zoom meetings and you're trying to pay attention, but then you just open up Twitter on your phone and then suddenly you're like, why aren't you engaging in the conversation? I feel like it's a similar situation for Young Kings right now, having to be, okay, wait a second, we know how to rotate out of here, but what do we do? What do we do now?
That's me on analyst desk, honestly. I'm just sitting there, making a point, thinking about something. Toffees will ask me something, and I've got, monkeys with symbols just going off in my head. And I'm just like, yeah, I love the growth I'm seeing out of Oath. I don't know. Like, I'll just say something like completely random. But okay.
Naming a team that's not an org that's not even in the scene anymore.
About. Yeah. That's kind of the vibe I like to go with. But okay, so Yoho, they've got 2 inside the circle already. Hiruzen and Punis. This is not a bad spot to hold, actually, if the rest of the boys can get here. But they do have just too easy. You can just see now on your mini map that are creeping up off to their east side. They've got Rumblers behind them as well. We'll see if STK where they decide to go. And okay, it looks like they should be all right for now. But Sparking and Shimboy way back on this, and Yoho might have to give this up.
Hiruzen actually just relocated to the high ground here, right when Just Too Easy is looking to double down on the scouting of this position. If these guys can get some initial knocks, and I don't think they know that they're there.
Okay, Hiruzen will start off with 1. They're gonna get 2, just like that. Just Too Easy. Maybe not scouting this out as much as they should have. Nejum and Ragnar off in the distance. Looks like they're just gonna bail out and try to survive here. Puna's gonna take a few shots in the back, and Nejum not gonna find any joy, but that's 2 points now in the bag for Yoho. That could have been really bad.
Yeah, this is great from Yoho to hold it down. In fact, the rest of the team is now also just arriving, so they're committing to the spot, it looks like. I don't want to too much on Just Too Easy. I feel like this was definitely a case of the classic timing. Well, they were scouting it out, and I think just the time that Yahoo went back to the high ground on of that compound with the high ground and low ground split between them, like it's like they went right when Just Too Easy started to focus on a different angle. I think.
Maybe
it happens. It happens all the time where you look away and then the person, like right when the individual comes back into frame. One of those situations. So the thing that we're going to looking at for Just Too Easy going forward is how will they be able to handle this with only 2 players left. They're in arguably a better position, but that could mean that it's going to be contested even harder now.
And they're down to 2. I'll you know what? I'm going to give credit to both, and I'm going to say it's because Yahoo had fantastic vehicle positioning. And they kept it out of sight, and Just Too Easy didn't see it when they were, YOLOing into the compound without a care in the world. And it's because they didn't spot the vehicles because Yahoo parked them so perfectly. That's what I'm going to say.
I actually am more shocked by the fact that they seemingly didn't hear Hiruzen's relocate in the buggy back onto the high ground. You think someone would have heard that, especially I forget who it was, the individual from Just Too Easy who just hit the tree on the hill overlooking it. I don't know if there was some miscommunication there, or maybe his vehicle drowned out Hiruzen's vehicle. Again, back to so much information happening all at once, things could just fall through the cracks.
Maybe it was ping. Who knows? Okay, shoot to kill. Alo creeping out a little bit closer towards center. He's got the rest of the boys off to his backside, so Alo looking like he's kind of taking this scouting role for himself. Kurt's with him a little bit, but not very close. Meanwhile, Synergy. We talked about Synergy, how they came out incredibly hot, right, in the first day.
Yeah.
And then they stayed within striking distance. They haven't had as I guess sexy a day as they did in day 1, in day 2 and day 3, but they've been holding. They've been holding strong. Yeah. They're still within striking distance, and that's all you really want to see, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. You can't play unless, again, you're Sonics 2020. You're not going to be playing at the 11th gear every single day, every single hour, right? So it's the fact that they didn't just completely fall off and completely sink down into the disaster. In fact, PBG were above them, and PBG fell off harder than Synergy did. So that, you can't always play on your A game. It's not only making your A game better, but it's also about raising your C game as well, so that when you do have off days, it's not going to be quite as disastrous. So that's definitely something to commend Synergy Esports for. However, as tight as this all is, we need to start to see them be on their A game just a little bit more. Ooh.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna want to catch up, then you gotta have that good day as well. You wanna keep yourself within striking distance, but you also want to be able to strike at some point.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, it looks like Balkan pulling into the compound here with underdogs. He knows he's not alone. Going to take a few shots over to HV Zeta. Althoff will come out to try to.
Oh no! 22. You're incendiaries. Listen, 2 games in a row. With a really, really, really bad fire placement. At least he's able to get away, able to heal on up, but that is huge. That signals his position, and now this is a big open field he has to run through because he lost his vehicle in that failed engagement.
I mean, the only thing he's got going, he's got Haven that's giving him some cover over the top. So
Haven's running away too.
He can break line. Okay, Haven's taking some shots down there, but now SDK has spotted him. He's like, God bless it. Alo now has a line of sight, and Haven I think is going to hop in the vehicle, come and do a little Uber pickup while he can. Smokes will come down for Balkan. Should be okay. 22 should be able to reset off of this. Everybody in the circle for the most part. Troglodyte making the long wrap up to the north, and Synergy, as we saw earlier, just taking their time coming in from this south side. May run into gas cans. We'll have to keep an eye on that. But center of the circle, you can kind of tell this is one of those circles that's going to be the circle 2 shift is going to be super influential on how this picks up. Oh my God, Sam.
Yeah. I mean,
youngster.
Again, it's one of those things that you can't really control. You can try and limit the angles, but long range shots, you can't avoid them always. So at least underdogs are putting themselves in a solid position, but I agree with you 100% on this sort of circle. This is when you see this, like, where do we want to go? The answer is yes. Now it's phase 2, swings all the way to the left. Okay. Suddenly we can start to talk about things. 22 now in a great position with that hilltop, with that ridgeline. You're also looking at SDK, looking at dodge, and even Gaskins if they move really, really fast to try and find a position pitted under that hill. There's going to be so much open area around it, though, that you're going to try to not be coming in late.
Yeah, I'm keeping one eye on 22. This is a really good 2-2 split if they can get away with it, if they can hold it and keep anybody from crashing onto it. But it's gonna take a lot of work on their part. We'll see what happens here. United outside of circle right now. They got to make their way through Coup de Valle, but just too easy. The duo is laying down right in front of them. Yaho also just up there. Sonics will pull just below STK. They'll find themselves a dip to work with, and ooh. I like this. I like this from Sonics. I like playing the dip here on the edge. This is Sonics. This is the wolf spider trap here. This is waiting for somebody to make a rotation past you.
Ooh, bing, bing, boom, making a rotation into Nootropic. Trying to get the information, trying to get some shots, but it's going to be, full force now. Both sides crashing on in like a wall of death. Keenan swings around the side, but the rock.
We spotted him. Ooh. He knows he's there, though. Colton already taking a little bit of damage from over the top. Nice grenade's going to land. Half of his health is gone. Roth will finish it off. Well placed from him is now BBB is tightening the noose, as it were. Sharp Shot has the bolty in hand. Roth again, finding another one. This man is on fire this tournament.
Someone tell Keaton what targets you have so he can stop wasting grenades.
He's like, just Roth, tell me who you're shooting at so I don't have to worry about it. And,
oh no! Oh god! Okay. Now he's caught out in the open. Roth, why weren't you shooting? He was reloading. That's why. But a really good surround here. Oh, Halisenpai does go down. Only one member of Nootropic left.
And they should be able to get that res as well. Lampalot, though, would love to be able to flush one of them if he can. We'll see if he tries to push out. Meanwhile, in the kill feed, you can see Synergy has run into gas cans. Actually, Lamp going to find Roth. Raid Boss is down. Not flushed just yet, though, as Oldless and Sharp now on Lamp duty. He's peeking out. They'll spot him. There it is. Sharp Shot cleans it up, and now BBB should be able to reset.
The problem is, it looks like Roth isn't able to just crawl off the roof of that building with the lips surrounding the entire thing, so they might just have to go for a smoke revive, which would be quite dangerous. Luckily, though, BBG, the team that was third-partying that engagement, are now distracted by Underdog, so if Bing Bang Boom can recognize that, they should be able to get all 4 members back up.
And keep an eye on that bright pink of Rumblers as well. They were creeping over on the north side. Doesn't look like they have decided to push over the ridge or the street just yet. Meanwhile, built by Gamers. Vegas holding that very important position, trying to feed information over to his squad. He's going to find out. FCZZ gets that opening knock. HV Zeta working the wall. The rest of Underdogs just trying to play around the edges here. Vegas will flush that kill out and spot out another one. Arm Attacks will find Honey Badger. HV Zeta finds Vegas, and now this thing's turned on its head.
Again, another problem with timing here. Fortunately, Balefrost is here to clean things on up. It's on to HVZ. What can this man do by himself? Good pre-fire to get yet another knock, and this one he's going to confirm. It's now down to a 1 versus 1.
Oh, Balefrost, a little bit too ambitious on that push. Hikerman, good stun. Slow things down just a little bit. HV Zeta, it's knocked very low. Hikerman will clean it up. There you go. Underdogs have been taken care of, but BBG will lose 1 in the process. Should be able to get the other 2 reses back up, though.
Yeah, and luckily for them, the circle does eke their direction. No one at the moment is trying to crash in onto their position. Rumblers, as you can see, they'd be the really dangerous team on this. They seem to have their sights set onto BBB, as well as holding off Necro and the rest of Trog. The Adidas back here on the south side. Sonics and STK haven't really gotten into it just yet, but looks like Sonics, they want to take this territory.
Do indeed. H-Win a little bit late, though, as the rest of the boys already here. Push coming through. Shrimsy already inside the wall. The other 2 boys holding the outside, waiting for H-Win to arrive. Shrimsy is going to just hold the angles, make sure nobody peeks. We'll spot out Luke 12, take a few shots, does a little damage, doesn't get the knock. Shrimsy, grenade in hand. We'll try to see if he can maybe knock Alo. I think he has an idea that Alo is there. Maybe not as spotted him just yet, but look at Purdy Curdy with the flank here. Nice grenade, could do a lot of damage to Sonics. Looks like it will not land. And now 2 of your top teams in North America squaring up for dominance.
The problem is Sonics didn't get a knock when they really needed to at this first initial wedge push, and so SCK are trying to surround them. Look at this roof play. They're isolating the individual inside the bar, but Luke 12 and Penta chiming in with a 1-2 punch.
Mime will trade down Penta, but STK will find Shrimzy, and now Mime is all by himself. Just like that, they try to go for the hard push. He'll at least get the flushes, get a few points in the bag here. Is Penta gonna take shots out from range, gets Halo, but eventually goes down anyway, and STK will clean up Sonics. Good hold.
Yeah, really nice defense there. Sonics went fast, but just not furious enough. Oh, whoa, Yo-Ho went in under this. They saw the kill feed. They heard the shots, echolocation, triangulate, whatever you want to use, and they know where they can try and capitalize on. But I think the revives from STK are going to be just fast enough.
Can they do it again? Now down 1. Yo, trying to make the push here. Punich taking shots from United from range. Keep in mind, Synergy on the other side of this mountain as well. They were looking to maybe push in, but Dodge took shots at their head, forced them down, but Synergy could get involved here at any point. Sparking, grenade in hand, will try to push through. Grenade will come through. Looks like he will find Halo hiding behind the bar. Luke 12 now having to lay down smokes, but another grenade from Sparking will find Luke, and Purdy Curdy is just healing, chain, healing after heal. Coming through, will lay down another smoke. We'll try to get the res onto Luke 12. You gotta imagine Alo's probably pretty much done for right now as the push from Yo-Ho is coming through. Keep an eye on that mini-map though. Make sure the third party doesn't come through.
And if there wasn't this much smoke, SCK would be done for, but Purdy does get the revive onto Luke. At least makes this a 2 versus 4, which is crucial. Spray comes through, 1-for-1 trade, but Purdy is still gonna be able to confirm that. Prone down to the ground, Purdy's able to get yet another more.
And Purdy's he's gonna drop a grenade right on top of him. He's gonna flush out Punich as well. Will take damage from his own grenade, but Sparking will eventually clean him up. But Haruzen will get knocked as well, as Sparking has to wait for the mollies to finish here, essentially.
He's on fire too!
He's on fire from the smoke!
Oh! Okay, all right.
STK.
Wow. Yeah, Purdy knew that he was done, but he made sure to make it hurt.
That was a trap, and he almost gets away with it. Haruzen and Shinboy should be able to get res, though. Synergy has left as the circle has popped cut off to the north, so Yo-Ho should be able to reset. But United on the move. I think they read this situation. They're going to try to do a little gatekeeping of their own if they can. You can see Snakers start to creep over in that direction, but the rest of the team just kind of saying, let's do it from over here. Let's do it from these ridges. And we know that they're going to come out eventually.
Cherry spotting the United approach. Dodge need to start to establish themselves as a much bigger player here on the edge. They're going to have to play towards the north with the gas cans. So potentially not taking too many shots towards United. You don't want to try and make too many enemies all at once, but Rumblers now also making a play from the north. They've been circling Bing Bang Boom for the past couple of circles, it really does feel like.
Yeah, they've been kind of taking pot shots from across the street. Haven't really found anything. Corsac has gone down, and he's most likely not getting res here. You can see Valiant on move very far south on your mini-map there. While the rest of Bing Bang Boom has Waldo and Los just pinned.
Oh, that grenade looked a lot better than it ended up being, but still heavy damage. Los needs to heal. Waldo back up to 75, and Bing Bang Boom, they know that they're in a really, really solid position here. Of course, there is Valiant on the way opposite side. So if Roth wants to keep tabs on him, that could be a 1 versus 1. And so you can kind of tell that Bing Bang Boom aren't exactly sure on where they want to put most of their resources. I do think trying to figure out the Valiant situation might be the first play, but the rest of the Rumblers are backfilling off of it. They're taking more ground while being backing off and trying to chase that Valiant, but okay, that's that problem figured out.
Ooh, 2 1v1 specialists right there. Roth going to get the better of Valiant this time, and now BBB can turn their attention back over towards Los and Waldo. Los will get spotted out by Sharp Shot, but Trog going to take some shots over the top, and BBG actually now creeping over in this direction. They want a piece of this, see if they can maybe get the better of BBB, as that's going to be a fun fight to call. Keenan and Sharp Shot in the vehicle, already pushing back to come provide some assistance to Oldless. Roth has already been flushed out.
They should know that, yeah, they definitely know that the rest of BBG are now arriving. Vegas here trying to find another angle. Grenades coming out. Can't find anything. The blue is gonna start pushing in. They don't have to move too far, but they're gonna have to move out into what seems to be an open field. Oh no, Oldless, watch where you're going.
Oh, don't shoot your own man, Vegas. Ikerman has to drop down. just to be careful. Honey, that is a lot of people. I would be very nervous if I was Hikerman. If it's not going to be the other guy, it's going to be your own team. Hikerman actually goes down to a well-placed Molotov from Oldless. Sharp Shot has been spotted out. He's going to get some damage from the fire as well. Doesn't go down, though. Keenan will get flushed out. BBG, oh my God, BBG biting off a little bit more than they can chew here. Not going down without a fight is Bing Bang Boom.
Know if that flash.
Oh, they're
yeah,
so
okay.
pinned.
That blinded them long enough, but Sharpshot can't get out of the building. He's really waiting on Oldless. Oh no! Oh no! That is okay. That's it. That's got to be it for BBG. Surely, Honey Badger. Yep. Oldless speaks out. Perfect timing. It wasn't planned, but they knew how to adapt.
It was only a matter of time before the fire came out and forced them right into Oldless's line of sight as Shinboy tries to duck the shots from Nico's. Will eventually go down, though. Greg Shot has gone down, so Gas Cans, again, outside of circle. I mean, you can see on the map here, look how many teams are on the outside of circle. 22 is just vibing. I mean, we were talking about them being dead center on that circle 2 shift, and, you know, it has just been cake for them since. I mean, we've seen them shoot a couple of times, maybe.
Yeah, they actually left the hilltop to go down to that compound because they're really trying to soak up placement points, and it's a good enough play because look at how many teams are now trying to contest over this one little angle in the circle. Dodge aren't even in the circle anymore because of how difficult of an approach this is turning out to be.
Oh, this is so cool. Ethan will take or Mirage will take the high ground rather than Ethan and Finna on the low side, but Gascans have to be concerned about him, and while Finna goes down, Ethan surviving in the smoke in the blue for a matter of time here, but you probably just going to die to blue at this point. He knows he is well within the line of sight of E United, Gascans, pretty much everybody else there, as Gascans now finally having to get on the move. Yeah, you can see Ethan. He's got 2 field kits. He can survive a little bit longer here, but now look at this. It might have taken him enough time now. Young Kings making the push on top of E United.
Oh, this is huge. So much damage on the E United all of a sudden in the blink of an eye. Dodge are eliminated. Snake is trying to collect as many points as he can. Confirm these kills.
Yeah, get all of that, man. Get all of it that you can. But unfortunately, E United trying to get points. I mean, they just get pushed from every different angle. Just too easy. Young Kings combining their forces to make E United's life a little bit hellish here. Snakers will heal back up. He's going to be the last one up. Young Kings going to lose Flux and 1. They're down to 1. I'm not. Oh, there it is. He goes. Okay. I was looking at my map. I didn't see the guy healing the guy right in front of me. But now 22. I mean, this is just tower defense at this point for 22. I mean, you can see they're all 4 in corners just looking in every direction. And Vinny is going to find the flush onto 1.
Yeah, I can't imagine that they're going to be ending this with too many kills, because as we've seen, it's going to continue to be the case of the edge teams cannibalizing themselves, and maybe 1 or 2 stragglers from each team, or 1 or 2 stragglers total, trying to somehow approach 22. The only big threat I could see is them, well, not knowing about Bing Bang Boom, but Sharp Shot sending out some shots is, if they didn't know, they know now.
Yeah, 1 kill on the board for 22 so far. It's definitely a compound game for them. But they need more. They need more than just placement points. They need kills. They need to do some climbing here as the second weekend kicks off. Snakers hiding behind the tree. See if he can maybe sneak something off of Synergy here. That's too easy. Right behind him, Nejum doesn't get the original knock, but will find it eventually. Okay, there it is. Nejum will clean him up. Hayes 10, meanwhile, will find kill Demo. That'll be another kill in the back for 22, and Troglodytas down to 1.
The fact that there are 6 teams left here is actually a little... Okay, down to 5. Now we're looking a little more reasonable. Troglodytas just unable to come down from that high ground. I think they were able to get a few kills. Not quite as many as I would have hoped, but BBB making a play for it. Oldless gets up close, tosses a couple of smokes out, and this could be an opening for some teams on the south side to also press forward now that the distraction from the north is going to be drawing attention from 22.
Boy, Oldless read him like a book, didn't he? He pulled up to the rock, dropped a smoke in front of it, and just waited for all the grenades to come to the rock while he stood in the background. Sharp Shot does get spotted out by Vinny, will get flushed out by Hayes 10. But that is the last North American player in the lobby is Oldless, hiding on the north side here. The rest of our teams are all Latin American, and they do some climbing here. I mean, you can see I mean, you got BBB that's in there in first place, but everybody else 7th or lower. This is a good time to make some points back if you're any of these squads.
I don't see anyone other than 22 actually winning this game.
No.
But if Synergy, you know, a team that really need to make a forward play, want to get back up towards the top, this is how you do it. This is you got to start to activate now. They only have 1 kill. That's going to be their 2nd, 3rd if they can get Ragnar. So, all said and done, this is going to be a low kill game for them either way, but at least they're soaking up some placement points. If they can kill everyone here on the south side, then that will at least be something, but the presence from 22.
That's the problem, isn't it?
Overbearing.
It was just absolutely. They would love to clean up these. They can't even clean up their knock here, as Ragnar will get spotted out because, and that will be the end of just too easy. Because in Flux, getting a little bit closer, the circle falls right on top of 22. I mean, what do you even do? There's nothing even you could do here. Ola's just hoping that maybe they forget about him in the process. He's going to creepy crawl a little bit closer. You can see he's busted, damaged vest, helmet. Everything is just completely eaten up here. High-octane keeping an eye over in that general direction. BBB, though, 10 kills already. So no matter how this thing ends, they're happy.
Yeah, and what's great is that you can tell with the grenades where High-octane is throwing them, they have no clue where Oldless is.
No idea.
And so I think Oldless is waiting, hoping for a strong force from the south to be a big distraction. And I think because of the threat of just split attention, High-octane is put themselves in a very, very forward position in regards to Oldless to make sure that they don't get caught out by a single solo player. And look at Young Kings. They're actually getting a lot closer to the compound than I thought they would, but okay, well, backing off now. The direction is not so much available anymore.
I mean, the problem for Oldless and for Young Kings here is that they have no vehicles. They have no way to make this push onto the compound unless it's on foot. At least I don't think maybe they got a Bronco over there. I can't tell. I know Synergy's got them, so they're gonna have to try to do something here. It looks like they hop in and they're just gonna play on the edge of the circle for the time being. He's starting to get a little bit irritated that Oldless is still alive and starting to push out. He needs to be careful. You don't want to take that knock and flush. That will be the dinner bell ringing for a push here. High-octane will clean him up, and that will be it for Oldless. We are down to our top 3. What is the plan here for Synergy? Is it just
I don't know.
To survive long enough to get second? Like, they're not making plays to win a game here. They're just kind of...
Because you can't. It'll be suicide. They're making plays to confirm second place and hopefully get 1 or 2 more kills against Young Kings. They're putting themselves just on the edge, and they even have Capitan, who's outside of the next circle, but still lying in wait for the angles in case this push by Young Kings that they just tried to execute made their way towards their direction.
I mean,
but yeah, this is not a play to win.
Part of me looks at this, and I see Synergy had 2 vehicles. I feel like they probably could have made a push to the wall at least, if nothing else, as Ikaz will get spotted, shot out of the van. Well, it wasn't a Bronco, so not making any hard crashes in that thing, most likely. Flux just going to survive as long as the smoke allows him to. He's got a little bit of a ridge line he can work with. I don't know how much he's going to stay out here. Vinny actually creeping out here, trying to collect some more kills here for 22. Needs to be careful that he does not get into Synergy's line of sight, but Synergy looks like they're just hiding for right now.
Oh, cooked just a little too long, I feel like. But this is actually 22 are picking up a few more kills than I would have expected at the end of all of this. Oh, yeah. If they can get these final 4, that'll be a really, really good game for them. The problem is, and the reason why Vinny is pushed so far out, there's a big chance of point denial here in the end.
Yeah, don't want that. Flux.
Ooh.
That's a ambitious grenade.
Listen, he wants second too. He's just hoping that they're all clustered in one single position.
He's got 1 grenade to his name, or a couple of grenades to his name. He might as well go down using them. No more, nothing left in the bag, and Flux will just die to blue. Okay. Blue pushing in Fisher and Capitan. They'll have to leave that rock here shortly. Capitan does do so.
Wait a second. Okay, 22, don't throw here. Okay, High-octane gets this Fisher out, but I think they're being a little too ambitious right now. They're actually giving Synergy a chance in this game. They're so tight on the edge. There's no reason to push them like this. Yeah, they need the points, but you don't want to throw the game in the meantime. But fortunately, Vinny is coming out with the shots. Vulcan has the grenades, so they do get 9 kills in the end. There was the chance. I got a little nervous, but 22 able to clean up.
I mean, 22 had the compound for sure, and that's definitely a compound victory. They do end up getting 9 kills, which is fantastic. I mean, playing, having to push out like that. Synergy, I wish I could say they went down with a fight. You know, they survived till second. They got placement points. That's something.
Yeah, it was a little, I guess, more macro focused than you would have realized. I didn't think they had so few kills going into the end there. There was a lot that all those teams on the west side had to manage with the hills and everything. But, you know, still a good game all around given the circumstances for a bunch of these different teams.
Yeah, I mean, you can't fault 22 for doing what they did. If you have a compound with nothing but wide open field around it that nobody is going to want to push, I mean, you sit in that. Especially if you're going to keep getting circle over and over again, I mean, why not? You got to. But the fact that they were able to collect 9 kills off of that as well, absolutely huge. But we are ready to go to break. When we come back, the analyst desk will break down what we saw in game number 2. So, guys, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. Game 2 is done. We've got one more match on Miramar, and we'll settle in to see who can go far when it comes to putting points on the board at the end of day 1's play. My name's Toffees, and I am joined, as always today, by Matchroom and Clover to break down all of the action. Before we get into it, because the end of that game was unique. You heard a bit of an argument going on over on the desk at the end of it. I'm going to keep that going here in terms of how the end of that match played out. Before we can get to the end, we got to look at the journey to get there. It's highlights.
Oh, Clover. If you didn't like the last circle, guess what? First circle was a little bit rough. You didn't like that. And now we're just going to go the exact opposite direction. We had Torre and Militar inside this opening circle, and man, it led to some weird situations.
Absolutely, right? I mean, maybe we finally kind of got a little bit of the opposite answer. But that said, I mean, again, early on, all of this infighting between so many teams that really did not need this. I mean, Built by Gamers really struggled to get out of that situation. Obviously, see Hikerman and them do get to resolve, but Sonics and SDK, right? Another team you don't necessarily like to see fighting that early on. And my big thing through this match, though, and I think we'll probably get into it a little bit more, is obviously it was a LATAM ending, right? We had all of our LATAM teams up at the late of the game, and I'm going to talk about this a little bit more, but it was a compound finish, as you heard Poro say, and I mean, they were able to stop a multitude of sieges, and you can see this overview here. How many people really had their eyes on that compound?
There was a lot of vision in play for this, and specifically this fight down to the southwest where we had Trogloditas, Gas Cans, United, Synergy. Synergy came up on top of that, but you can see it was very difficult to move in. There were a couple of moments where maybe it would have been a little bit easier for Young Kings or maybe Synergy to do something while Oldest was providing a distraction, but I think 22 Esports did a great job of getting control of that in-game, using the building, and walking away with 19 points to boot.
That's a big one for them. A big shout to Bing Bang Boom, who has another big game with 10 kills and 14 overall. Synergy does manage to make it into third and gets themselves 8, so we are seeing a comeuppance. And let's get into talking about the end game in just a second. We'll take a quick look at the overall leaderboards because I want to keep everyone updated on where everything stands. Bing Bang Boom looking really good. E United strong as well, and we are seeing a bit of a stretch at that left side of the board, but we're gonna keep an eye on it. We got a bunch more games to play. We've played 2 of our 15 this weekend, so there's a lot more runway. Now, let's talk about the end of that match real quick. I know you guys both kept alluding to it. To succinctly put it, it was a Latin American ending. We had a massive amount of Latin American teams in that final circle. It felt a lot, to be honest, like day 1 of this event, when Latin America seemed to close games very well. However, the ending was very strange, Matt. So let's jump into this because I think you heard maybe Cameron saying it too in the cast, that push by Vinny seemed a little bit like it was risky. 22 came very aggressively after Synergy. Were they going for points? Were they risking too much? How'd the end of that game go down?
See, I fall on the other side of that. I thought that they had enough control over the circle, and they had circle favor as well with their compound. Moving Vinny out, I felt was risky, but not at a high-end risk. The reward for getting into that position, getting that rock, means the fact that you had 2 different control points to knock out anybody that could try to make a play into the circle. And you can see Vinny did capitalize off of that, moved past the rock even further to then make sure to clinch the victory. Sure, there's kill points, maybe the denying of the blue, but that is a tactical play to get complete control over that circle because nobody else was coming from the north or west. It was just to the south and the southeast.
It was. The South was violent, Clover. There was no way around that. And part of that, I wonder, is because of the Chumacera Circle, it's not easy to sort of bring vehicles up that southern mountain. There's anywhere you go, you sort of feel like you have to bloodbath fight every inch of the way. Is there any way to avoid that? I mean, the reality is that was it. It was south, 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 22.
Yeah, I mean, obviously having good vehicles. You heard Poro talk about the fact that there was a bus and not a Bronco, which really would have been, I think, the better vehicle to have in that situation, right? You could take those Broncos, have that speed, cross the terrain, and set up hard cover as close as you can to that compound and try for a siege. That's really, I think, what worked well for 22 is they had all 4 players up, all 4 players healthy, watching every direction. And anytime somebody came close, they were able to successfully stop that. I mean, you know, just because you have a compound doesn't mean you're going to win. Trogloditas had a compound last game, and it was taken away from them by BBB. So good work put in from 22 to maintain that position. But I mean, again, I think a lot of us thought there was that chance that Young Kings or Synergy could have tried to send it, but the biggest issue was that both of those teams were kind of canceling each other out by being a bigger threat should one of them moved.
So let me ask you this. We're midway through today's games. Normally we do final thoughts at the end of the day. Let's do a quick new thing called Midday Hot Take. Matt, give me a hot take as what you've gathered so far and what you're looking for into the next 3.
Everybody in the top 10 can still win.
Okay. So no writing anyone off. Tops 10 still here to win. Clover, hot take midday?
You know what? I think anybody even outside of the top 10 has a very big potential to make huge movements on the leaderboard. Because the top 10 are so close, that is giving other teams opportunity to play catch up, which we just saw with 22.
You know what? Good luck, underdogs. Let's see if you can do it. That's okay. Let's remind you guys though that if you think that you're hot stuff and you've got a hot take on how to play, there's money to be had. And that is happening right now in New State Mobile. The community cups are this weekend. Get your squad together and get a piece of the $5,000 prize pool. There are 2 cups this weekend and they are free to sign up for. So that's $10,000 in cash just sitting there. So if you and the crew want to get a little New State action, now is the time to do it. Well, Game 2 is done. Game 3 is coming up. We're headed for our last match in the desert over in Miramar. And it's looking like it is going to be a good one. Real quick, if you had to pick a team to blow your mind in this game, just you're getting the vibe, this team is going to thrive, Clover, who's it going to be?
I'm going to go with Shoot to Kill. I think that given the way we've seen some of the circles, the rotations, some of them's caught them off guard, but they've been climbing, and I think Shoot to Kill is going to finish this one strong.
Matt, who is your pick? And I know you hate when I do this because you curse them, but I'm going to make you do it.
I'm going to say Gas Cans. I think that we've been seeing them have a little bit of a rough go, but if you're leaning into seeing them, somebody I think can and could have a big Miramar, it's them.
All right, well, let's find out. I can tell you 2 guys who have a massive Miramar, and that is going to be Cammy D. And you made me laugh there. Porosaurus, you got this, boys.
I think he's slowly starting to lose his mind. But hey, it is Porosaurus.
Starting.
It is Cameron Davis. We are getting ready to head into our final game on Miramar. And Cam, I am glad that I'm not on disc because I don't want to have to be put into a position to try to pick somebody who I think is going to do well in this last one. It's been so wheels off. I have no idea.
Yeah. So who are you going to pick?
Just too easy. Let's get 11 teams with over 100 points.
Yeah. Why not? Why not?
Listen, make it real weird up in here.
I was coming into this weekend looking at anyone below 9th place. It's going to be difficult to have a really big showing, but I don't know, 22 Esports, the fact that they're only 40 points away now from first place, they could actually make a really good send to the first place. So, I mean, granted, it hasn't really happened because, you know, if Bing Bang Boom fall off, then we'd also need United to fall off, etc., etc. But with this many games left, if 22 can put up a good number of points per game and everyone else does sort of like flip between good game, bad game, there's always the possibility. I don't think it's going to happen. I think that some of the teams at the top, actually, if you just look at the top 4 or top 5, then I think they're all way too consistent for that to happen. But still, there's a bit more hope than I think I started the day with.
I mean, look, they're, 14 points out of 4th?
Yeah.
You know, considering that in the first weekend, they got 3 wins. Like, clearly, they're able to get to the late game. You know, now if they can manage to get some kills to go along with it, if they... you know, maybe this will be the fire that gets lit underneath them, that they can start turning things around a little bit. But I mean, they haven't looked bad. It's just they look like they're still playing MC, essentially.
Yeah.
More than most teams in this lobby.
Yeah, which is weird because that's not really how they played their qualifiers. They played their qualifiers more like how we see Rumblers play the qualifiers, how we see Built by Gamers play these games. Built by Gamers play these games where they just play from the edge. But right now, they're really focused on trying to find those central positions. And as you said, they are getting a number of wins from them. Problem is that, actually, if I look back, I think it is the case that the win that we just saw is their highest kill win, if not the highest kill game in general.
There you go. Circle going north, central, and it's going to center up right on 22. And Man, if this is one of those water treatment, or the just south of water treatment games, we haven't seen one of those in a long time, but I feel like this compound, this area that 22 is in, that's where you see teams win a lot of the time on circles like these from. Unless it hard shifts, who knows?
Yeah. At this point, I don't know what to expect. I guess we're never getting anything in the center. There's a few very, very delicate positions here, but a lot of high ground, especially on the west side. But the plan being on the east, we might see some interesting rotations for teams to go and get there. Chocolatitas might actually probably have the best chance of making their way into the hills just off of Crater Field, so looking to see them go there. But then again, we also could easily see Dodge or 22 even just fill that way, not wanting anything to do with the fields that are towards the center or even the east side.
And there's definitely a few favorable, unfavorable spots in this circle. We'll take a look at those as we watch Troglodytes make their way into Chumacera, or at least into the Church of St. Los. A lot of teams way off to now the plane didn't help things at all for this circle. Sure. The south to north, hard hugging the east coast, not super helpful for this circle. So you're looking at a lot of these teams off to the south, and you're thinking, okay, a lot of these teams probably going to take their time looting, maybe do the slow roll, come in from the north side around La Cobreria. And, the question is how many of those teams are going to decide to do that? Because the south side of this first circle is going to be terrifying.
Yeah, especially if any of the teams that feel obligated for some reason to drive through the road that goes north of Picado, that one's going to be a pretty big trap. So I think because of that, we're going to be seeing a lot of wraps towards the east and the west. But in the self-balancing nature of Battle Royales, if everyone does the right decision, suddenly that can be the wrong decision because that's where everyone else already is. Scouting will be crucial. We don't want to see another situation like Just Too Easy found themselves in last game.
Yeah, and I mean, everybody in this lobby that's on the south side should be aware that you should probably do your best to avoid the corridor of death. By that, I mean that road going north of Picado, because you got Sonics at Picado, you got E United and Graveyard, then you got STK waiting for you up in Hacienda, even gas cans on the top of the hill. You've got so many high-power fragging squads that kind of play around that area that going that way is just inadvisable, to say the least.
Yeah.
Although Sonic's on the move.
Exactly. Look at this. Sonics aren't even taking that path, and they loot from Picado. They are going towards the west and making a wrapping rotation. You know that you should probably be doing the same if you're coming from even further south. They don't want to be involved in anything to do with the gas cans just above them or United or in any of these teams that are around the Hacienda area, the San Martin area.
Yeah. I mean, I think this is a result of just, paying attention for the last couple of years. Anytime that they've had to push up there, they've known that they end up getting in early scraps with SDK or United, just kind of hanging around on that area. So Sonics deciding to change things up a bit, switch things up a bit, come in from this western side, and I like it. I think it's a smart move. We'll see how things go for them as the game progresses. SDK, meanwhile, I can see Purdy Curdy all by his lonesome, just scouting out up on the hills, make sure nobody's around them. But this is kind of typical SDK play. They move over here and then give them a pretty easy path up into where Dodge is at.
Yeah, so SDK are having to push from the low ground into the high ground, and they know that Dodge loot up San Martin. So they're taking this bit by bit, play by play. Their preferred position, Dodge have already taken, but they should just be more than comfortable taking sort of the secondary position just south of that super strong compound that we see on that hill. But looking here at the Rumblers right now, they have yet to move. They're actually in position to... Okay, never mind. More shots, more transitional action happening as we also see Bing Bang Boom in the mix of things with Young Kings. Not a lot of damage, actually. Roth takes a bit more than he would have liked on the retreat. And he's a little isolated, so... wonder how both these teams are going to be playing this one out. This is in the circle, so no desperate need for either of these teams to try and dismantle this engagement. But though Roth does seem to be on the retreat.
That's kind of the thing. I mean, Bing Bang Boom maybe doesn't necessarily need to take this engagement, but they need, maybe not need, but they desperately would like to keep Roth alive. And it looks like you'll get some support from Sharp Shot, just enough to be able to hop into the buggy and bail on out. And they have lots of room, really, still to work with as we see 22 have kind of pulled away. I was expecting him to take that spot where Dodge is, but instead they opt to go a little bit farther to the west. They're still playing a high-low 2-2 split, which is good. But like I said, I feel like that spot where Dodges see so much love late game in circles like this. We'll see if maybe 22 has a plan for playing this circle this particular way instead. Sonics, meanwhile, on that western edge. Again, I haven't seen every scrim that Sonics has done, but this is definitely new for them.
Underdogs now on the push. Synergy with some defensive fire, but also some retreats. Don't want to get caught off. Want to stay together as before, and actually all 4 of them are now on the move. They're completely letting go of this area. I don't know if this was meant to be a temporary position, but it definitely is going to be now, taking the top part of San Martin, but they're now going to be running in, not into, but close to STK territory. They're going to have to be very careful about their angles there.
Some vehicle issues. That's what we'll call it. I'm not sure how that thing even got up there. Okay, well, underdogs, they'll go ahead and lose themselves a Bronco, but they gain themselves position over there in Hacienda Jai by peacocking a little bit, making Synergy have to push in to that north side of San Martin. We'll see if STK gives them a little bit of support. Looks like actually underdogs trying to flex out a little bit, but one team still way off to the south, just too easy, coming in super late. But you know, we talked about it at the beginning. A lot of teams on the south side because of the plane, and it seems like all of them are opting to go for these long wraps around the edge here, either to the east or to the west.
I'm getting knocked. Sonics are making this big long rotation, and well, the benefits is that you can avoid danger that you know is there. Downsides is that you can't necessarily always avoid the danger that you don't know is there. And Gas Cans, who took a more direct path just north, got into position to take a free point. Thank you very much. Yeah. Sonics should still be able to have a good enough game with 3, because the rest of their members are getting into a solid position on their own, but still losing Mime so early, not the best result.
Yeah, it's one of those unfortunate situations. You know, you stop to just stop on the top of the hill and scout, do a little scouting, and then you just end up getting popped. So not really much you can do about it. Sonics just have to reset. Should be fine, as he said. Going forward with 3, as Gas Cans will collect their point and flex out a little bit here. They need to be careful, though, on their south side. You can see Nico's getting a little bit close to Necro. But again, this the mini-map disguises the terrain difference here, as Nico will take at least one shot into Necro, but I think he may have either gotten shot in return or maybe spotted out Colton. Not sure what happened here.
He's here for information either way as the main priority. If he gets knocked up here, he's done. There's no way that anyone's going to be coming up to revive him. But hey, these shots are free. These shots are safe. Doing really good job peacocking here for the rest of the Gas Cans. And even though they are in a split position, this seems to be a very, very solid one. Question is, do they know where every single member of Nootropic is? Because there is another guy coming in from the north. But STK also in a bit of a fight. Underdogs trying to push towards the north. You saw them sort of develop this split because they were trying to get to the north side of Hacienda when they started from the south. And it's not the easiest, but okay, everyone go north. Everyone go north.
Okay. This, you know, you see the circle, you look at it, you're like, okay, it's really going to be depend on where the second circle shifts, right? Is it going to center up on water treatment? If it does, fantastic. This one hard pushing to the north. We're going to possibly Oasis. Looks like Sonics is thinking that, as they already heading in that direction. Bing Bang Boom also, even though they are in center circle around that intersection position, don't really necessarily like it. They're going to pull out a little bit low. It looks like, yep, it looks like Sharp Shot's getting called back, but a lot of teams on the move right now, Cam.
It's such a northern shift, and no one really played the north to begin with. Everyone sort of stopped at that northern highway. So this was even more like desperate of a send by a bunch of these different teams than expected, just looking at the fact that it was a hard shift. This could be a little rough for a number of different... Oh, no, whoa, okay, wait, what happened here?
Yes, that is a fake Shrimzy. That is a fake Shrimzy. That is
okay.
Is an observer glitch. No worries. Shrimzy is with the rest of his team up in Oasis, so
it's a ghost.
He should be okay. It's a ghost of Shrimzy. Ghosts of Shrimzy's past.
It's a Shrimzy cam.
Exactly.
It's a drone cam.
Drone cam. There you go. Well, meanwhile, 22 looks like they're doing a little posturing of their own, as Dodge has crept into the compound just to their south. Now, 22, do they still have everybody up? It looks like they do. I'm not yeah, they're all 4 in that compound as well, or are they? I feel like I'm missing somebody. I only see 3 of 22. Am I just blind? I might be blind. Yeah, I'm blind. Okay, never mind. Disregard everything I just said. Mirage and the rest of Dodge, though, spreading out here, trying to find angles. They will do some damage onto Haze 10. Grenade will come to follow from Finna. But Haze 10 already on the move once again. So this is a stalemate of the highest order.
Then trying to make that bolt action sing, but good covering fire from 22 to not give too much ground. Too much danger. And now Dodge, are they going to stick around? I mean, there's no reason to move just yet. They would definitely like to try and deal more damage to 22, which will make their future movement a lot safer. But you don't want to have any risk of giving up an individual. Like Rumblers might be giving up someone right now because OSAG is caught off in a lot of trouble. But the rest of Rumblers, they are swarming like bees.
Yeah, Underdog started creeping over towards STK, but Los HD with a beautiful grenade will find 2 knocks, 2 flushes. HV Zeta, the last player up for Underdogs, and the collapse is on from Rumblers.
Huge play. You never want to be stacked up as a full squad. But I think the rest of the Rumblers coming in like that made Underdogs realize that they weren't in a super strong position to defend. Suddenly they were surrounded. They thought they had a 4 versus 1, and now HVZ, well, back in a 4 versus 1, but the numbers have switched.
Can he get some protection maybe from Alo? You can see STK starting to creep out over here. They heard the gunfights. They heard the kill feed light up, or saw the kill feed light up, rather, and they coming over here to see if they can maybe pick off something for themselves. HV Zeta going to be eating some blue here pretty shortly. You can see Alo calling some support from Penta as they've got these guys pinned up against the wall right now. New circle pops, and it is going to go over towards that Oasis Mountain. Underdogs does get spotted out. It's going to be Alo that does it. And now, actually, Sonic's getting pushed here by Nootropic.
Yeah, this is a very, very strong fight for either of these teams to win, but they need to win it fast. Whoever wins this can then try and establish control on the hill just to the south of them. But the longer this takes, the more teams are going to be coming on in, including Young Kings Zero now coming to the east of the Sonics. Sonics need to try and clear out some space to either push onto Nootropic or retreat some way, somehow from this engagement. And it looks like retreat might be the name of the game right now.
Problem is, where do you retreat? H-Win heading off to the east, and he's taking shots from Young Kings, feeding that information over to the rest of the boys as Trimsy and Tig will join him in the hard push compound. They'll probably take a few shots over in their direction, but looks like Young Kings content to do this from range, not going to push any farther than that. Nootropic, meanwhile, will be happy with the territory that they stole away from Sonic. So it looks like all's well and good for the time being. Maybe shots coming out as the circle collapses as Yahoo trying to go for the high ground.
Solid play by them. Young Kings trying to deal some damage where they can, but nothing quite seems strong enough to stick too much. And if the rest of the squad can land on that at that shack, they're going to be in a pretty good position going forward. Dodge also with their own rotation. They were able to separate from, I think it was 22 that they were facing off against, but now driving directly into the path of STK, and it's all 4 members of Dodge into one vehicle, and they stop out in the middle of nowhere.
They pull out trying to get these shots onto STK, but STK immediately spreads out. Good work from them as Alo and Penta should be able to reset. They're trying to see if they can join Pretty Curdy and Luke, who are just on the outside of Bing Bang Boom's compound towards the center. So this is actually a lot of trouble here for STK. If they can't figure out how to reset and avoid Dodge, Dodge is perfectly content just stopping here and playing the edge.
I mean, yeah, I don't think it was intentional. I feel like some weird call was made. The driver stopping there, I can't imagine that was an intentional choice, but they're going to try and make it work. Right now, Synergy Esports facing off against the Rumblers. Rumblers need to push in, shocking absolutely no one from the edge, from outside of the zone, and Synergy know that they are there. Shots come out, not a lot of damage. And Synergy Esports, they know that they have the better position for now, so there's no reason for them to over-peak. But look at Fisher. Look at the flank. He's going to try and hold that angle.
It's a nasty little flank for Fisher if he can spot him. He's seen Waldo, takes a few shots over in that direction, not going to land him. Takes some into Valley. Those will hit, but he won't get the knock. Meanwhile, Los has gone down as Synergy starting to collapse on this. Valley, it's taken down half HP. Corsac has finally come up from the back here to join the rest of the squad. Might be able to do some damage here as Valley does Does get the heal off, but Capitan will come up over and spot him out. He goes down. Not going to go for that flush just yet. They would love to finish this all off as Los HD will bleed out. Looks like they're going to try to spot out what's left. Oh, Waldo!
From outside the blue, knocks Capitan down, and this is the perfect time for Coruscant to peek on over, but Pippa has the angle. Heavy damage, but it's enough for Coruscant to fall away. But this grenade could be huge.
Grenade could be big. Not going to find anything. Los will bleed out in the end. And now it is down to just Corsac and Waldo, as Waldo's still eating blue damage. The rest of Synergy, though, just hanging out in the smokes. They have lost track of everybody here. They're just sitting here getting utilitied into oblivion. Pippa, the only one really with an angle. Waldo will find Paragua, and eventually does go down. And there you go. Corsac will get spotted out by Capitan, and Synergy has to reset. But man, that was a dangerous fight there for Synergy.
Yeah, it ended up a lot worse than it looked like it was going to start to be. What a good shift for them as well. They don't have to move much at all, but right now, 22, they're trying to move out. There's a lot of teams coming in through this exact same road. SDK trying to set up the angles to deal some damage, but at the same time, they just want to try and stay safe. BBB also in a position, but not as much damage as I would have expected coming out on Just Too Easy. The question is, where in the world can they go? 22 Esports not going to be quite as ambitious, starting a bit early, but this shack is just barely outside of the zone, so they're going to need to move at least a little bit further.
Yeah, this is so rough for 22 Esports right now. They hear STK, just the gauntlet going on this intersection. Nikos will go down to Oldless. Gregshot does manage to make it through, but you can see his vehicle is smoking. Synergy will try to creep forward to the north. They're going to spot out Just Too Easy. Actually, Poonage going to get the down on Dakota Kid. Fisher gets knocked with 1 HP. Stays alive for right now, but it is a shooting gallery on the north side as Yahoo is just opening up into the side of Just Too Easy and Synergy.
Smoke's the only thing right now helping defend Just Too Easy, but a lot of damage comes onto Yahoo from Troglodytas. Onto the high ground over them. Oh, look at the shots. Yep. You can't prone against that. They're to the west. They are to your west. Get inside a building.
Oh, doesn't get the knock. Shinboy is staying alive right now. Haruzen got a dirty little angle through the slats. As E-United also getting in a fight on the north side here. Nootropic trying to make the move. They've got Troglodytas right in front of them. Troglodytas has that high ground. They've been kind of tunnel visioning on everything below them. Nootropic could sneak up behind them if Troglodytas isn't careful. You can see Colton gonna eat a little bit of blue here. Now Sonics has spotted him out. Nootropic's rotation is getting a little bit tougher.
Troglodytas, look behind you. I don't know if they're aware of Nootropic. They're not looking in their direction at all, and Execs. Oh, this could be big. This could be really, really bad for Troglodytas right now. Kill demo actually goes down, so that's going to be the first knock opening things up.
Oh yeah, this is falling apart rapidly for Troglodytas. Leda does get taken down by Execs, but it might be a little bit too little too late here for Troglodytas as Ristizera is on the north side of that mountain. He's got no one to support him. Meanwhile, United trying to hold the fort against Young Kings, pushing through. United already taking a lot of damage here. Rello and Flood already knocked and taken out. Snakers just holding the line right now. You can say that is a dangerous dip to be playing in. That looks like that is just begging to be grenaded as Young Kings trying to creep up through the smoke, through the fire. Roji Wow having to keep an eye on BBG, however, as well, as it looks like BBG starting to flex out to try to get them some points.
United right now, only 2 of them up, struggling to find some sort of way to get into the circle, and they know that they're surrounded on so many different sides, which is why they're constantly turning their heads, finding the angles. They understand that they're going to need to defend first before they can then approach the zone. Young Kings just arriving to the north. Gotta hold that one out. But H-Win, how did he get into this position? Good grenade, didn't find anything. But Yahoo are now in a very, very dangerous spot, very dangerous position. Troglodytas aren't peppering them anymore, but it's Sonic's now up.
I mean, there's fighting going on all over the place. Rusty Zera just 1v2'd 2 of Nootropic on the top side. Hello Senpai still alive. Sonics have to be careful about their backs. They would love to, I mean, you can see they're throwing grenades indiscriminately into Yahoo, but they have to clean up whatever's left here of Trog and Nootropic, and it looks like that's going to be where they turn their attention for now. They'll leave H-Wood behind to make sure that they don't get pushed from Yahoo, but I don't think Yahoo's going to be leaving that compound. Young Kings, though, that's a different story altogether.
At least it didn't deal enough damage. They were louder than they were dangerous. So H-Win now can just try and watch the angle. Good grenade, doesn't get a knock, but it still loosens them up just a little bit.
There you go. Shrimzy will find Roji Wow right off the bat. The shrug in Shrimzy's hands. He's going to get 2. Luke 12 going to take out his own team. Oh, no. That's not what we want to happen here at STK, but Sonics will clean up. They can turn their attention back over towards these solo players with the blue at their backs. Hello Senpai trying to work that ridge line as best he can. We'll try to take out Rusty Zera. They're trading shots between each other while Sonics just sits there and waits for them to figure out who is left remaining for them to clean up.
And there's Synergy just sending shots that way this entire time. Oh no. Okay, okay, now we can see the disaster that's struck STK. It's just
sure what
Alo
happened.
remaining. Someone got knocked with a grenade in their hand, I guess.
Yeah.
It wasn't. I mean, it was a dangerous push. It was a risky push out into the open like that. So we're gonna flip back over towards the Sonics, who have a little bit more terrain to work with. Now that the northern snakes have been taken care of, they can focus on Yoho, who have gotten outside of the little compound dip that they're in because of BBG's presence, but the shift down towards the south. All these teams gotta move, but they gotta kill each other first.
All right, this is looking good for Sonics to do a little third partying if they can get away with it. They're hearing the flashbangs coming through. They'll find another one, actually. I believe that's BBG that got the knock onto Yoho. They're going to clean up Haruzan, but Tiggleton actually going to steal those points away. So 7 now in the back for Sonics as they turn their attention over towards BBG. Honey Badger's still on the other side of the road, so he's going to take shots from range. Yoho needs to be careful. Shinboy peeking through the shack will take out H-Win. Shrimzy will spot Shinboy, trade that back. Can they flush out whatever's left of Yoho here? Shrimzy will do so with the Molotov, and there's one left just hiding. Shrimzy needs to be careful, though. You got to worry about Honey Badger from range. Clean it up, finish it off. Boonies, though, not going down without a fight. Tig trading over. There it is. Okay, it took time. It took time, but Sonics eventually get it done.
Oh, they don't have a lot of time to get the revives, but I think they're just barely going to make it. Now we're back here on the south side. Synergy continue to hold off a bunch of different attackers. Just too easy posting up in front of their position. But Honey Badger, the lone survivor of Built by Gamers, has made his way all the way to the south side and is in a good position to backstab Synergy. He's going to wait for the best opportunity to take the fight. However, he knows that Synergy still has a good number of members to their name. And so he's going to backfill and hope that another team has dealt some significant damage for him to finish.
He could actually do a lot of damage here. I mean, there's 3 teams down there that are all fighting between each other, so Honey Badger could clean up something here for himself if he plays his cards correctly. Synergy already losing 1. I believe that might have been to Dodge. Just too easy, just below them as well. Sonics making their push across the road. You can see it on your mini-map. Looks like this should be okay. Is BBB going to have to retreat? Paragua shoot. It's not low, but Honey Badger, oh, he wants this grenade. Ethan gonna find Paragua with the grenade himself.
Oh, no.
Sonics actually spot out Honey Badger from range, and now Honey Badger is forced to play his hand. He will get 1, but it will go down to Ethan.
Man, what a great idea by Honey Badger, but the timing just didn't work out in his favor. But now it's gonna be Dodge that's cleaning up everything from Synergy. It's all into Capitan to try and clutch this one out 1 versus 2. Spray comes out, not gonna land, and he's gonna get shot trying to retreat. That is Synergy out, Dodge, annihilation on the Latin American squad. They're gonna need to heal up, and Just Too Easy are still just reaping the benefits of being on the low ground.
Ethan getting paid right there, cleaning up that squad by himself while his team was getting that res. Tiggleton, meanwhile, looks like H1 has been taken down. 9 kills in the bag for Sonics right now. This is the Sonics that we have come to know and love as they find themselves in the late game with a stack, but BBB wants to finish this off. Tig working around that Murado. He's got Roth and Oldus on the low side. We'll spot out Oldus. Big damage comes through. Roth will re-peek it for him, but he's going to go down. Tig wins that 1v1. Can he find Oldus too? Sure he can. Tiggleton on fire. 10 kills for Sonics.
Sick play. Yes, this is exactly the Sonics that we have come to expect. And even with the kill lead, it's still so amazing to see them play end games with such ferocity, whatever. We'll take it in the end. Circle lands on that position, but now Dodge pushing from the south side, have to clear out Just Too Easy. And that's going to be them out in 4th place.
And Shrimzy now taking on the south side of this circle while Tiggleton tries to 1v4 BBB. Shrimzy's going to go 1v everybody, the rest of the lobby. We'll find 1 as Tiggleton working around this rock. The smokes are down. BBB needs to be careful about how they want to approach this. You can see Sharpshot and Keenan just kind of biding their time while Shrimzy is trying to basically like waiting for Dodge to overpeak. They will get that res, so Dodge will get back up to 3 strong. 11 kills for Sonics. Shrimzy trying to provide his teammate with a little bit of support over the top with that mini. Spotted out Sharp Shot, not taking the shots just yet, though, just feeding that information over to Tig while he waits to see what Dodge decides to do.
There's not much for Sonics to do other than wait for Dodge. Oh, good shots coming out, but again, it's all into Bing Bang Boom over peak on a Tickleton's position, and if they're smart enough, they're not going to be doing that. So now the question is, does Tickleton start to maybe try and find an angle onto Dodge, but Dodge are not pushing into Shrimzy's position. They're actually going to be going towards,
that's a good grenade.
West angle.
The problem for Tig here is down to 39 rounds. As Shrimzy going to do some damage from range. Now Shrimzy's actually come and provide some support with Tig as they just play the bridge peak game. They're kind of hoping that maybe Dodge will come down. And there you go, Ethan going to find the knock on a Sharp Shot. That might open up the door for Sonics to do a little bit more damage to BBB here. They got to be careful about overpeaking, though. They don't want Dodge to catch them lacking. The grenade will come through from Shrimzy. And here you go, the push coming through onto BBB.
They want to clean this one up. They need to keep all 2 members alive from Sonics, and they do. They need to keep them alive, though, to post up any solid defense against Dodge, because they still have the man disadvantage. Good timing, though. If they waited any longer on that, who knows where Dodge could have pushed? Who knows what's more ground they could have taken? But at least here they have a chance. Ooh, Cherry a little low. Maybe taking a little bit more damage from the blue than he would have liked. Forced to prone down to heal. But Sonics don't know that. And they're also on the low ground. So instead, they're falling away, trying to find some sort of position that will give them a little bit of cover. I think this ridge that we're looking at right now is going to be the best they have.
Big Rap Energy, 3x AUG in Shrimzy's hands. Tig should have been able to restock on the bullets, and it looks like he actually picked up the barrel as well. So, but look at that. That's a big boy gun in Ethan's hands. If he can spot him out, that could be big danger for Sonics as Ethan creeping over in that direction. He's got the 8x. It looks like he may have spotted something as he's going to use that as his time to go. But Tig already spotting him out. Big shots coming through. Sonics, they're taking shots and immediately moving around. This is next level 5-head play coming out of the duo from Sonics.
Yeah, they don't want to be easy bait for grenades. Because of that, they're being forced to split up. But now, Dodge, now that they're playing along this ridge line. So even though it's very, very wide, it doesn't give them too much depth. It's like a shooting gallery. A 2D shooting gallery, to be exact, and that's super, super dangerous. However, this is a nice crossfire over the center. This is Phase 8. We now know exactly where the game is going to end. So if Sonics play their angles correctly, play them properly, and if Tickleton, who is actually on a little...
There it is. I was
Shut
about
it down.
to say, man.
Shut it all down.
I don't think Ethan hadn't taken a shot with that AUG just yet. Sonics had no idea what they were in a peak battle against. I don't think Shrimzy peeks that ridge line if he knows that Ethan is holding onto an but unfortunately he does go down. Tickleton now laying down the smoke wall. He's going to make it as difficult as possible for Dodge to come in here and take him out. He's got a nice little smoke wall to work with. You can see he's coming around on the other side to try to play the edges. Mirage and Cherry will try to make that move while Ethan holds down the fort. Cherry will flush out Shrimzy. That's going to let Tig know that there's at least one of Dodge on his flank.
1 versus 3. Not impossible for Tig. But it is not going to be all that easy. And they know where he is with the peak now. It's 100% confirmed. Ethan gets knocked, makes it a 1 versus 2, and he really didn't do all that damage to Tickleton. So this is now more than doable. Just needs a 2-person spray down, and look at the angles that Dodge are coming from.
He's got a high spot, too, to work with. The flashbangs are going to come out from Mirage, though. That's going to make things real, real difficult for Tig. It is just a disco party, and there you go. Cherry will be the one to finish it off, but not without some highlight reel plays from the Sonics gang.
Listen, high kills from both of these squads, but a great finish by Dodge. And with the AWM, he didn't use it a lot, but he used it where it counted. And what more can you ask for?
Yeah, I mean... honestly, Shrimzy, I feel terrible for him because, I mean, that looked like it was setting up to be a really nice little 2v3.
Yeah.
But he had no clue. He had no idea that he was in a peak battle against an and Ethan just ate his lunch, and there was nothing really he could do about it. Tig tried his best at the end, though. I mean, that was a hell of a smoke wall. He knew exactly where Cherry was whenever the flush came through, so he tried to wrap around the other side, wins the 1v1, took that high ground, but in the end, what do you do when you can hold down to 50 flashbangs and they can just make you blind for the next foreseeable future?
Yeah, I really don't know. Both those teams, whoever won, whoever came out on top in the end, both of them had to fight through a very rough side. One from the north, one from the south, but it was not an easy push to get to the end game in the first place, which is why both of them had really pretty high kills. Granted, nothing compared to the EU United 23 kills because, you know, when everything's super chaotic, kills do tend to get a little spread, but still not an easy game for anyone involved, especially the teams that made it to the late game.
Yeah, Dodge did a fantastic job as well. I mean, we saw them from very early on. They were in a very kind of dicey situation in that compound with 22 just kind of right against each other, and then the circle pushes away from them. They have to make that move, that four-man clown car push into STK, which could have gone wrong.
That's
so
true.
many different
That could have gone real bad.
It was dicey. It was dicey, but Dodge ends up getting a big 13-kill win. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, the analyst desk will break down what we saw in that game and get us ready to go over to Erangel. So, guys, don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Welcome back. Game 3 is done, and the beautiful sandy deserts of Miramar are now in the rear view mirror as we turn our sights, as do the players, to the islands of Erangel for the last 2 matches of the day. This is the ESL PUBG Masters. My name is Toppies, and I will be joined by, again, Matchroom and Clover to break down everything that happened. And in that game in particular, we had another fantastic ending with 2 teams that got 13 kills apiece. Only 64 players drop. That's a third of the lobby. Ticked on their butt stocks. Great play by them. Let's look back to how it happened with the highlights.
Yeah, tick on Tiggleton's stocks, right?
Well, see, I thought he was going to go tick, bing, bang, boom.
Oh, you know, I missed that one out. Maybe it's just, I'm getting old, but no. This was a ridiculous circle, right? We had that real hard shift up to the north. This is always, for me, a fun area to play on. I love the high ground. We saw some fantastic shots, but when that circle centered down into the gulch, took away all the cover. I mean, you saw this. We went from 12 teams to 10 to 9, all the way down to our final few in a blink of an eye.
I got baited. I was emotionally ready for the potential of an Oasis game, and yet again, it moves away from that position. But we saw some high-end technical movement at the end of this in very disadvantaged fights. I mean, a lot of it hinged along what was going on in these fights in the southeast. You can see how everybody's stacked up along here. Note, on the minimap, you can see that Shrimzy makes a push down away from Tickleton, leaving him by himself. Take some shots at Dodge, and that makes Dodge circle back around to the southwest and then come up back behind BBB. BBB is now in the fight on this angle with Sonics, and that opened up the other angle for it, but then Ethan finds an angle of his own.
Love that shot. I mean, we all audibly gasped when we saw that happen, but Tiggleton, I mean, this was such a smart play for him. Obviously, it was going to be really hard to go up against Dodge here, right? They had the high ground, they had the numbers, but Tiggleton played that as well as he could, considering the fact that he was starting to run out of bullets. He ultimately did get that finish onto Ethan, and that point matters. You can see right here, 19 points for Sonics. Dodge, though, coming out the chicken there, and 23. I think we're going to finally start to see some leaderboard shakeup.
Yeah, I mean, Doge stock is falling, but Dodge stock is on the rise as they continue to play very, very well. And this time without their star 3-piecer, which I thought was also kind of exciting to see as they played that as the other 3 who haven't been getting talked about as often. Sonics, great game. Bing, bang, boom with another big one, and that's been a couple in a row, which will be seen in the leaderboards, Matt, is bing, bang, boom. Sets a precedent that I think a lot of teams are chasing, and some of these teams are not used to chasing.
Yeah, I mean, look, whenever we're looking at the rosters right now, we talked a lot last year about Sonics, Shoot to Kill, Dodge. The new E-United squad was just putting in so much work, but Bing Bang Boom is competing against Sonics on overall kills and demolishing people around them off of placement points. It is just a consistent performance. Circles be damned, it doesn't matter where they go, somehow Bing Bang Boom can find a way to fight their way into it and get to the end game.
Absolutely, a lot of fun to see. Let's take a look at the right side of that board very quick before it goes away, Clover. I'm starting to feel like bottom 3 are not meant to be, and maybe Nootropic and the Rumblers.
No, but you have 2 teams still with triple digits on the right-hand side, too. Built by Gamers in 22, 110, 104, and yet they're not somehow even in the race for top 8. That's absolutely wild to me. But yeah, Troglodytas, Young Kings, Underdogs, I mean, true to the name, I just don't know that they're going to come out on top.
Yeah, not everybody's in a bad place. Just because you're on the right doesn't mean you're in the wrong, but you do have a big climb ahead of you. Now, I want to talk to you, Matchroom, about a team that had me asking right, wrong, what's going on here, and that is Sonics at the end of that match. 13 kills, no denying an amazing game. That said, they had mounted challenges. They were the underdogs in that last circle. Shrimzy made a very, very bold push to sort of go 1-1 with him and Tiggleton against 2 individual 3s. Just break down the end of that. Tell me what worked well. It seemed like they did the right thing.
I mean, for being as vastly outnumbered and realizing the fact that they were low on resources, like Clover was talking about, Tig at this stage, I think only had like 40 rounds of 5.56, and then he had like 80 rounds of 7.62 at towards the end of the game. So he was very low on resources, and they were tattered. they knew the fact that they were going to have Dodge approaching on one angle and Bing Bang Boom outnumbered them on another. So Shrimzy leaves the circle of safety and leaves Tiggleton behind to hold back all of BBB by himself and be a distraction. And then would see maybe what was going on with the skirmish that was happening between Dodge and another team down there. Maybe Shrimzy could third party. He got enough damage to get a knock, and that forced Dodge to shift back down to the south and then come in back behind BBB. That one move from Shrimzy managed to at least secure a pretty much guaranteed second place, even with minimal resources that they had. And so it's a very beautiful heads-up play. I don't know who made the call. I don't know if it's Shrimzy, H-Win. I don't know how it goes. But even then, whenever it ends up in a 1v3, Tig realized he had no ammunition and instead just goes for the flush on Ethan to get some vengeance back for his boy Shrimzy.
Yeah, Clover, let's talk for a second about that Ethan shot. I mean, Oms in the second to last circle, and then, oh my goodness, it was incredible.
It was gorgeous. I mean, if that doesn't make the highlight reel, then people are blind because, I mean, to hit a Om that clean, I think the biggest factor here is that if Ethan hadn't hit that shot and Shrimzy wasn't taken out of play when he was, Sonics would have probably kept 2 up, could have found an opening shot to get that knock onto a member of Dodge, turn it into a 2v2, and could have potentially found a victory there. So that was very, very good for Dodge to make sure that they got it just down to one player. I mean, obviously, you know, Tiggleton put on a beautiful show as he does, but I mean, that's how important it is because the numbers are not necessarily the victory. You've got to make sure that what you've got, you use it. And so great for Ethan there. It was gorgeous.
Very good for them. We're going to get ready to move over to Erangel in just a minute or two. I hear that the players are getting on the planes. I want to ask a quick question, though, Matt, because I said a team that I wanted to keep an eye on was Synergy today. They've been hot and cold, made a couple of lates, but not super impactful. In that last game, though, Rumblers seemed a little cruel and vindictive. I mean, Waldini was just sitting outside the circle. Like, what? Is that Synergy's fault?
I mean, there's a lot to be looking at inside. Whenever you're looking at the way that the circles shift and the way that they stack, we know Rumblers never fear, and they will try to get some type of points in bad situations. I mean, they're the Rumblers. They're named the Rumblers, for the love of God. They're not going to be afraid of you in any given fashion. You were talking about your picks. See, I wanted to kind of lean into the just too easy. They're not putting up massive points like what we saw day 3 last week, but they are still finding consistency. They were, I believe, what was it? 4th or 5th. I think they got 5 points inside that last round. They're pretty decent, all considered. And I just want to keep an eye on them. Yes, they're not going to win, but I love to see teams that were specifically down very low, bottom of the leaderboard, now finding continued success. Because while that means that ESL might be rough, PCS could be way better.
Let me ask you this real quick, Clover. Do the pros hate the blue campers as much as the rest of us do in our normal games? Like, you know, when someone shoots you out of the blue, like you release a long string of expletives and call them terrible players. Do you think they feel the same at this level?
You know, I think it probably just depends on the situation, right? Especially, I mean, if I can think of a person who has survived the most blue damage and caused the most problems for people, the first person to come to mind is Purdy, right? Kurt is so good at, even out in like, you know, phase 5, we'll sometimes see him take some blue damage if it can get him into a better position against some of those teams. So obviously that can distract you, and when you get to that late game where you really need to be laser focused on one team, it kind of sucks. But at the same time, we're back on super, so anything you can to get those points or deny to blue, we're starting to see return.
Get those points. And if you guys know how to get points yourself, don't forget, you can sign up for PCS 6 open qualifiers. Closes on the 7th, starts on the 9th. na.pubgesports.com. Now, let's head over to the 2 gentlemen who will be taking us through Erangel, the masters of this island. It is Porosaurus and Cammy D.
Sonics fans elated and Sonics haters down for like 5 minutes. They're going to be back. Sonics fans, stay strong. You're going to be having to fight the chat all the time. So, but again, finally getting to see a very Sonics-like performance coming out of the squad. But that being said, they've been keeping it up this whole time. I mean, they're second place overall for a reason.
Yeah, I mean, they were always up there trading blows, like literally trading blows with everyone throughout the game. They just never made it to that many end games. So, you know, we didn't exactly catch all the heroics, but they have definitely been involved and put themselves in a position to take that sort of next step, hit the next gear to try and go for first. And these next two maps could easily see that happen because I know in general map preference isn't really too much of a thing overall, but so far this tournament, if you're looking at a couple of teams to maybe have a different performance here, Bing Bang Boom have gotten so many points off of Miramar, not so much on Erangel, and Synergy Esports are kind of the opposite. So maybe BBB are going to be slipping off that top position. Maybe we're going to be seeing Synergy finally climb back to what we saw in the first couple of days on these last two maps of the day.
Yeah, Synergy could definitely use a little bit of circle love. They tend to do better when they're playing from inside the circle in Circle 1. That can't be said for all teams, so it's, I know it sounds like whoa, so super obvious, but no, I mean there's definitely teams that play better pushing in from the outside. Synergy doesn't really appear to be one of those. We'll see what happens as far as this circle goes. 3 teams though on Military Island camp.
Oh yeah, that's rough. This wasn't that far of an east plane until you get to the north part of the island, which is why we're seeing so many people drop here. And also, of course, you have to mention the circle is going to favor the plane path, so that is something else to keep in mind. At least this time around, Vegas saw everyone drop on Military, but Barrage landing. Come on, give him some more. Give him some more.
I mean,
hard shots to hit, but yeah, he landed one. The fact that he landed one is huge.
Give me another. Come on, give him one more.
One more.
Come on. Oh well. Damage done a little bit anyway. As Vinny just hops in the car. He's like, you know what? Just get me out of here. I just want to go loot. I just want to live my life, man. Should be a fairly slow start. I would think, given that we did have that plane cutting super hard to the west. I mean, look, you even have United up in Severny. Rumblers gonna bust it over to Yesnaya. Everybody else, for the most part, inside circle, with the exception of all our Military Island built by Gamers Gas Cans. Nootropic, they're going to have to figure out how they want to get across. And I'm curious, we saw Gas Cans do a bridge camp before, right? Early on against STK. Could there be a little karmatic revenge coming through here?
Ooh, good question.
I mean, you got Young Kings, you got Nootropic. I mean, Nootropic,
yeah.
You talk about two teams that need to start getting some big points here pretty quickly.
They might, yeah. I think Young Kings are in a good position to try and get a better position in the circle, but Nootropic, I think they're probably the one most likely to do something like that. Right now we're looking at the Rumblers making their way towards Yasnaya. Already a little damage onto Waldo. Not sure how that happened. Potentially over a fight for this very vehicle, if I had to imagine. But they're here, they're safe, and they're going to be able to have this entire city all to themselves.
I thought he was about to knock himself with his own US. That would have just been like
icing on the cake.
It's happened before to I'm sure a lot of people, but to have it happen on camera during a grand finals, that's a different thing altogether. Well, we got a little bit of a close call here, and 1 FPS and Fisher over here in the same compound. Looks like Cuz is going to come try to provide some support. Actually, Fisher is going to take shots into him, let him know exactly where he is. Where's the rest of Synergy? Actually, kind of off to the west, so nobody in Synergy really in vehicles are even considering heading over here and helping him. So Fisher might be on an island here.
Going aggressive. That's what we want to do, but oh, man, he could have taken a lot more damage than he did. So he is counting his lucky stars right now, rotating to a different angle, trying to keep Kings guessing. Spray comes out. What a great spray by Fisher to knock the first one down. More backup has arrived, so he still has a lot more work to be done, and there is the 4th player of Young Kings getting into this area. No real retreat possible for Fisher right now. He's just going to try and go finish that kill with a good grenade. That one looks to be accurate. Oh, the wall.
Oof. And I mean, you can see Paragua shoot on the mini-map starting to make his way over here. They're all on foot. Pippa as well as in the vehicle. But Synergy getting over here, but they're taking their sweet time about it here. Is Fisher going to try to hide out? And smoke the fire going to do big damage, though. That should get him knocked. Yes, it will. Roji Wow will get credit for it because we'll finish it off. And now, does Synergy still want this? You can see they have that high ground. Maybe looking over here to see if they can pick something off here.
They do have the high ground. I think that's the important part. I don't think they're going to be committing 100% to this. Looks like they were unable to confirm the kill that Fisher got knocked. And the revive is coming through, trying to find the angle. Capitan, you can see, is just running around, trying to see if he can't find the line. Looks like Pippa is the one that actually is most accurate, but the smoke is giving them just enough cover.
Yep. Should be a fair reset here. I think Synergy's pulling off. Meanwhile, Nootropic has made their way across from military. They just pushed in. Gas cans follow right behind them. They're going to be fine. BBG looks like they're going over the East Bridge. So all the military island stuff should be sorted. As Roth going to spot out Tig inside the building. Fortunately, Mime is nearby. Is he getting called off?
Yeah, the rest of BBB are here way too close, way too dangerous, not to mention just too easy also in the area, so this is not worth wasting resources. It would have been a gamble for Mime to try and go in and get Tiggleton out, so instead he's just going to rotate away and just set up position, one man down, but still a really, really good position. You want to talk about favorable spots in this circle? Where Sonics are right now, I think, is my favorite spot, and they obviously have priority over Pachinki Hill, coming from Pachinki itself, but definitely good on them to go for it as quickly as they could before someone else tried to steal it from them.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunate for Sonics that that's happened now twice in a row, where they lose a guy early. Mime went down trying to scout out last time. This time, Tig just peeks the wrong window at the wrong time, ends up paying for it. It's a 3-man forward for Sonics as we take a look at Swamp. You were talking about favorable and unfavorable positions inside this circle. Favorable going to be Pachinki Hill, which we were just talking about.
Definitely unfavorable right now, looking at the Swamp. There aren't that many spots in this circle that are atrocious, but the problem with the Swamp is that it is so far to the edge and you have zero information, so there is zero upside to this. If you're looking at the Gatka Fields, which was, I think, a lot of people's first notion of like what would be a bad spot, there are never compounds in that area, and you can get some solid rotations out of it depending on which way Circle 2 goes. This is the one that I feel if anyone were to come here early, it would have to be like a plan Z, like they just weren't able to find a spot. They were coming in way too late, and there's just not a lot of maneuverability outside of it.
Yeah. Definitely, it's a spot that sees a lot of play if the circle does hard shift over in this direction, but it definitely does feel like a bastion of last resort, as nobody really wants to play out of it. You just kind of work the edge and just try to hold it to survive for as long as you can. But hopefully it won't go this way.
Even the telescope building on top of the hill there, on top of that plateau, isn't super favorable here because its position can get you a lot of information towards the west, and that's obviously not what you're going to be wanting here in this circle where all the action is happening in towards the east.
Sure. Makes sense to me. All right. Everybody pretty much inside. Everybody's made their way over from Millie Island. Gas cans very spread on that south beach there, trying to figure out where everybody might be. I think more than anything, Young Kings, Synergy, Nootropic, all posted up in compounds over in that general vicinity. Yoho and Rumblers making their way into the north side. 22 look like they might be following that same path, so keep an eye on any edge fighting going on between them. It's certainly been an issue for Rumblers.
United, reload with a good position on top of the mountain to get some information, and Shepard, where the rest of United can push into the Gatka Field compounds. They're in prime position to have a good solid split in there as well. BBG, however, they're going to continue to push forward, and it's a little more precarious of a position. Some damage onto a couple of players already in dodge. They are... Oh, no. Okay, Mirage is in... He's stuck. He has to take this fight.
Yeah, this is bad news bears. Ethan was down here by himself. I think Mirage maybe came over. Balefrost, what a shot! We'll get the knock and the flush immediately. Now Finna trying to come over and provide support for Ethan as Dodge is slowly losing players here. Ethan going to try to escape. I think Finna and Cherry mainly just want to hold this hill and see if they can maybe defend his escape, but Finna going to get spotted out. Now Ethan on the move inside the compound. He's at least by the hills here. Can he get away though? BBG rather, is just farming. I mean, they are frothing at the mouths here, looking for kills.
You knew they had the information because the second they got that knock, they got that kill, they were waiting for the rest of Dodge to push up from the north side. Dodge, who were in a 2-2 split, but with a big ridge caught between them, the fact that they have to leave the split to give their teammates assistance and support shows the risk that they played with that one. Fortunately, it does look like everyone is going to retreat from that position. And now Yoho, it looks like they are actually in a interesting spot themselves, driving through Badlands. Hiruzen's in ruins to try and heal up in the circle. Somewhat center, but the water makes it a little interesting. There's still a lot of coast in play.
Sure does. Okay, Sonics look like they have a central position. They're gonna go ahead collapsed down onto Mime. Underdogs just off to their side. I think Yaho was backfilling behind Rumblers, and Rumblers just kind of pulled up and stopped in an area that Yaho maybe wasn't expecting. So they end up getting split up a little bit. It looks like Poonish maybe has found a spot over there just east of Pachinki. 22 inside the city as Synergy. Oh boy, they're having to go through the fields. They're under fire from Alo, but he should be okay. But they're heading right into Sonics.
And they're all in one vehicle. That's really the worst part.
Ain't
Driving
great.
on up. They should be cutting their engine soon, but I think Sonics already know. Shots coming out. This is going to be a shooting gallery. Only one gets knocked by the time they make it to the building. The fire comes out. Trimzy and teammates are... they're not exactly falling away because, well, the damage is there. The damage is being done. Capitan, not even left. He's been taken out.
Oof.
Nootropic chiming in. And that's going to be Synergy Esports down in 16th place. You know what I said? Forget what I said about the whole points thing. That's map preference, it's not a thing.
Yeah. That was unfortunate.
It's a myth. It's
what are
fake
you going to do? What are you going to do if you're Synergy? You got to pull across that open field. Looks like SGK actually all hopping in vehicles. They're on the move as they look like they got whatever they wanted out of that edge camp, or at least maybe have spotted out something new to play. As we wait and see what happens here with Rumblers and Yaho on the northeast. E United also going to be pushing in from the northwest.
I'm actually more curious about this. Where do SDK expect to send it? Okay, new little terrain piece. Trying to set up a car fort. It's a very early time to committing to a car fort though. But not only is there water, a lot of water in this second circle, this whole field cuts out a lot of playable area. I was wondering if SDK were trying to send it to the opposite side of the circle, but even there, if it's not literal field, it's still a lot of flat ground. So I don't actually hate this so much considering their options. If anything, it just shows how thin the options are.
Yeah, I mean, look, that spot that SDK is in is, it's not as open as you would think. Just because you have the hard cover of the barrels there, you've got the ridge lines.
Yep.
You basically, it's a great spot to keep all your vehicles with all their tires, everything. I mean, they've been scouting this out from the west. They knew that this spot was open, and it looks like they're actually going to push Luke 12 forward to see if they can gain a little bit more terrain here as we see Rumblers. They're on the east side all by themselves. Corsac playing the coast, the ridge. Just scouting out here is Yaho going to take the valley just to the south of
Oh
Pachinki.
my god. You want to talk about evidence of how thin the playable area is? The fact that Yaho are intentionally playing this spot, this valley, as you said so early on, is even more of an indictment of that. This is... whenever we see a team play this, it essentially becomes a death trap, but there's nowhere else really for them to go. They were able to separate themselves from the Rumbler standoff to the east side, but if this is the best that they could find, unless they want to play a hard edge, which is never really the best option in Circle 2. Let's see where Circle 3 goes, though. That could change a lot of things, and it's going to center up right on top of Yaho. And right now, I think their position is actually looking even worse because they're just a big beacon for third parties.
I don't hate it as much because I'm sure they scouted out, saw the mountain that Luke 12 was unoccupied. Luke 12 obviously pushing in there as Yaho was pushing down, but now the rest of SDK is starting to arrive, so now that makes Yaho's spot a little bit more dicey. And if Rumblers then continues across that hill and makes their way over, Yaho's going to find themselves pretty pinched. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. Alo, meanwhile, they pull up. SDK getting this for free. I don't even think they got shot at. I mean, this is
not at all
clean for them.
Yeah, really good rotations coming out from SDK so far. At this point, they're going to just try and post up, and they have all 4 members, so there's a real chance for a really, really big SDK game. Sonics, on the other hand, like I said, they actually moved down to this compound. We saw them defend it against Synergy, but they gave up that hilltop in the early game. Granted, they wouldn't have known that the circle would have gone to this exact location. It's definitely a sort of coin flip on their part. And it doesn't mean that their position is bad. But right now, Young Kings, they have to push in from the edge. They're sneaking up on Nootropic, and you might not be aware of this.
Yeah, definitely don't hate it. Just too easy. Meanwhile, coming from the north, they're going to have to wrap a long way around. And they might, if they're trying to go real far south here, they might find themselves coming into this Nootropic Young Kings gas can party on the southwestern side. So far, looks like Nootropic starting to take shots over Young Kings, so that might give it away. That there's a lot over there, so just too easy. Actually going to cut through, so they'll be okay. Gas Cans, meanwhile, Roji Wow going to spot him out. Nikos. Ooh, big shot from Nikos will force him to pull back as the rest of Young King's going to collapse. Because on the street, needs to be careful. Don't be too in the open there. Just actually, Gas Cans looks like they're already back on the move. So not wasting any time. Oh, no.
Super hard edge for the Gas Cans. But now Just Too Easy sending it in, and this time, this position isn't free anymore. STK are here on the defense. Ned already down. Luke trying to go for more. Wants to confirm the kill first, but the rest of Just Too Easy are pitting themselves below, but that's not a lot of cover. And if anyone from the south side of the circle puts their barrel in this direction, they're just going to be finding themselves in a rough sandwich.
I mean, this is... You want to talk about the difference between a team towards the top of the leaderboard and a difference between and a team at the bottom of the leaderboard. STK took their time. They stopped out at that spot. They scouted this. They knew it was available, and then they finally made their way in. They sent one up to be sure it was clear. Then they followed up with everybody else. Just Too Easy, just friggin' sent it. They're just like, you know what? We have nowhere else we can play. We're just gonna go ahead and try to send it to the dead center of the circle on the high ground and see if we can get away with it. They don't, and now they're down 2, and now they're pinched, as you said, between STK and Sonics. This is rough stuff for Just Too Easy.
Yeah, I do wonder what Just Too Easy were hoping out of this. They actually came in, I believe, from the northwest, so if they wanted this hill, I don't know why they didn't try and push on foot through Troglodytes. Definitely a lot better of a play
and now they're
than just trying to send it through the field. I wonder if they had their eyes on something else that they were hoping we're not taking, and then this was a plan B or a plan C. But low quicks, and the fact that your hoe actually let them get away with it, they don't want to stop, they don't want to try, and
what do I do, man?
They don't want to vehicle shoot right now because they're also in a lot of trouble. But at least look, he gets a shack, he gets something.
This shack looks good. I'll stay here now.
Well, actually, with this next circle, did we talk about phase 4? It's shifted all the way down,
all the way south
towards the field.
Yet another.
So this is actually a lot better of a spot for Just Too Easy. Unfortunately, it's only one person.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, this is just yet another wide open field ending. I mean, we've seen so many of them so far this grand finals. Why not make it another? As looks like Roshi Wow will be able to get the res, and they'll have to stop down, get a little heal on before they get on the move once again. Fortunately, they still do have vehicles that they can move with. Adam kind of keeping an eye on this, but you can see Nootropic has now crept down here. They would love to pick these points up. You got to be careful, though. BBG watching from a distance. Oh,
those smokes are out, but they're a little late. Don't know how that would have helped you. Instead, now they're just U-turning back on. Oh, God. It's only one. It's only one member of Gas Cans.
Oh, but Rocky gets taken out.
Oh, okay, yeah, there it is. There it is.
Oh, the firing line. Wouldn't you know it? Well, now Build by Gamers has some guests in the form of Rumblers. If they've made a rotation back here, they've managed to get past all 3 and get between Honey Badger and the rest of the squad. So it looks like they spotted out Honey Badger. They know they have him isolated, but the rest of Build by Gamers still in the yellows here. You can see Bill working the rooftop, seeing if he can spot anything. Rumblers gonna be pulling in here a little bit too late as Troglodytes tries to send one up. Why does everybody think that this hill is open?
Yeah, this one I don't know. This is just bad planning by Troglodytes if Rusty did that one blind. And also, Bing Bang Boom are coming into the mix. This is a really rough spot for Troglodytes. Bing Bang Boom have the ability to isolate the angles from STK, which means both these teams could easily be focused on the 3 remaining members of Troglodytes. Grenades come out, they don't really find too much damage over there. Oh! Haven, good knock on a kickstart. How can they capitalize on this, though? That's the big question. A second grenade knock, that's a good start.
Gotta start somewhere, okay. Nice shots from Flood. We'll take down one. Flood, with that SLR in hand, is gonna have to switch it over as the smoke's starting to dissipate. They gotta reset. 22 have Vulcan and Haven on that high ground, but it's gonna be from behind.
Oh no,
it's gonna be Flood. No, not like this. Not at this moment. That's not what you want to see. The man's a killer. And he's going to spot out Vulcan, do a big bunch of damage. Gets it in return as well from Haven. This might be what's left for Flood. We'll find Haze10, though. He's not going down without a fight, but eventually he will go down. And now 22 have cleaned up the side here, but the fights are going on everywhere.
Necro trying to keep his team alive. Gets a double knock. But Roth comes in, saves his squad, but SEK are not going to let those revives come for free. Alo on the push, just needs to get one. Where's the last member remaining? That's 3 points for him to pick up right now.
That is, he wants the points so bad. And I gotta say, you gotta take them, man. They've spotted out Keenan. They know where the last player is. So that was pretty clean. Alo, 5 kills in the bag. 3 of them about the easiest you'll ever get, as they will get the res onto Penta. SDK can reset. We'll see how many more people decide to just send it right into SDK's waiting arms. Keenan gonna have to do the long wrap around. He's gonna find himself in front of 22 Esports, though, as the circle did shift and it cuts back up to the north. SDK can hang out on this high ground for a little bit longer. Oh, Shrimsy.
Ooh, these grenades, they need to find something for the Sonics. Nothing so far.
Get that opening knock, man. There it is.
Yeah. Ooh, that's one. Luke gets taken down. Shrimsy's gonna be following up with another. And that's the side flank taken care of, which is huge.
Absolutely, and now Sonics can try to reset and put themselves in between SDK and the zone. Luke 12 slowly bleeding out. The smoke's laying down. You can see their kill feed is lighting up. There's a lot of pushes going on all over the place here. Rumblers trying to make their way in from the south. They find a little bit of a home on Alo, trying to find something, but the smoke wall just not giving up. There you go. Valley been taken out. Corsac gets taken out. 22 holding strong. Los HD, the last one to arrive, but that grenade, gets down to 40 HP. But you can see 22 is they're like one shot each of them. They will get the heals off, but now they can reset, try to send it over. The Molotov was in hand. Here we go. Sonic's trying to get the push. Alo down, Kurt down. Mime and Win will clean up STK, and Sonics is feeling it now.
I couldn't blame you for thinking that Sonics was just the Shrimsy and Tiggleton show after watching the previous game, but they are a team full of killers. But now how can 22 continue to push this? They tried to send Hazelton across the road, but he got knocked. It's still up to Los, though. He has not had the opportunity to get the revive, playing into a 1 versus 1, and if anyone else can find the angle onto this, it's going to be all done. He finds Haven out in the open. Not much more that Haven could have done. And this does get the time for the revives. And they're all isolated. All the other fighting that's happening is happening here on the south side.
We have seen some phenomenal individual performances from some superstar players here in Americas. I mean, we've seen Vinny win 1v1s against Uncivil. We've seen Tiggleton do what he did in the last game. We see Los HD pulling in. What a grenade from Ethan! Finds 2, and that's going to be the dinner bell ringing for Dodge. Push it up over the top, but Yoho, you can see they are just off in the distance, waiting to feed off of whatever's left here, but they're getting shot in the back from gas cans, so that might put that push on hold as Dodge tries to clean up. Looks like they'll get their knocks, and they'll get on out.
Yeah, it's not an overcommitment here by Dodge. This isn't even a space that they need to fight for power, for positioning, because
Sonics.
It's gonna end up in the field. And yeah, the Sonics, they are trying to take control of that very same field. Raining Hellfire on top of Nootropic. Lampalot crawling away from the fire, but it's gonna be gas cans, or specifically Waikakumukau from the shack that he stole from Just Too Easy. Just being that X factor, being that wild card, being that random power to pull the rug out of anyone.
You know Sonics is feeling themselves when they push on foot through an open field and wipe a team. And that is what they just did to Nootropic. They will take a knock, but it looks like they are going to go ahead and do the old pick them up, put them behind a hay bale, and get the res as Yoho trying to reset. They know they have BBG on the hilltop right behind them, but they have to be careful about that open field because now they've got gas cans shooting at them for quite some time. Now Sonics might join them, as it looks like Sonics just going to collect every vehicle they can find and try to make their way, make a little vehicle fort perhaps.
2 and 1. That's how you play it. Just get inside the circle is the name of the game for them right now. They know that Waikakumukau from the gas cans is going to be in that area. They do not want to play the gamble of some solo player crawling in the field. Bit of damage already coming out from the Rumblers, though. If the Rumblers had a lot of ammunition, they could just pepper that vehicle and have it go up and maybe try and disrupt the fort that Sonics were trying to set up, but doesn't seem to be the case right now. Instead, looking at BBG, trying to backfill and help Dodge. Only 2 of them, and they're just not getting the knocks.
Ethan getting another one. Can Ethan get the whole team? No, he's going to go down to Honey Badger. Honey Badger, 14 rounds left. He's going to flush out the kill, make sure he gets that point, but now that is it. Actually, it's going to be Cow that gets him from downrange. Look at this, man. He's shooting him from all the way downtown, wide open field. 9 kills for Sonics. Fans, you've been waiting for Sonics to turn it up and start giving you the sexy performances. Well, we've got 2 in a row now.
Good shots, but even better shots in return. And Yahoo, who have just been driving around endlessly this entire game, still have 4 up. I care less about the fact that they only have 2 kills, but the fact that they're able to keep 4 up in this sort of situation. This is where you want as many, I mean, you always want as many people possible, but you definitely want it here in this sort of situation.
Okay. Rumblers got some work to do. Dodge as well. They got a vehicle. I'm not sure how the tires are looking on that thing though. And Rumblers, well, they are just dead to rights to Sonics here. Shrimzy going to be the only one from Sonics that's looking up over to Dodge. Everybody else kind of looking at Rumblers. That's the only thing you really got to be concerned about, I think, if you're Sonics here. If those guys can get in those vehicles and make a push over into your general vicinity, that could be bad news. Shrimzy creeping out side of circle, trying to get a different angle here, and he's able to do so. Meanwhile, Yahoo, they're still slowly making their way in from the south side. Those vehicles are beaten and battered. He's going to try to get as far as he can. Mine will go down to Valier, but Los will get traded back. Stolen away by Shinboy, though, and that's going to be Shrimzy pissed.
Ooh, Valier makes his way to the tree, but it's about to blow. It's about to blow, and to avoid that explosion, he has to open himself up to get shot by Hiruzen.
Goodbye,
now Dodge.
Sweet Finna.
Yeah, they're just going to deny their points to the blue. Not much else for them to do.
Nothing else to do, as you said. Waikika, meanwhile, doing his best Australian snake impersonation. Although he's not doing a very good job because he keeps popping up and shooting at everybody. That's not very sneaky, Cow.
That's not at all. He's like a cobra, actively trying to act bigger than he is. And oh God, able to avoid the grenade. But that's going to be it. Gas cans are eliminated. 3 versus 3 across the field. And while Sonics do have the position that's better in regards to the circle, Yahoo still have some time. They still have the position to try and spread out and counter out Sonic's own position. But it looks like Sonics are even faster on that front. Hiruzen's rushing forward. But look at the spread that Sonics were able to put themselves in the matter of seconds, in the matter of moments.
H-Win with the shots on a spark and gets the knock. Hiruzen, as you said, though, was able to kind of reposition out under the eyes of Sonics, so we'll have to see if he can maybe catch them unawares. I think Shinboy, are you actually I don't think you can't get this res. You're not going to get that res. Shinboy's right up against the blue, and oh no, Hiruzen's been spotted. Mime's going to hit Shinboy, and now it's just Hiruzen. H-Win has him absolutely pegged here. Hiruzen will try to get the heal up, but now Sonics collapsing on, and there you go. Sonics with the 12-kill win.
They missed the win the previous game, but they're going to get it this time around. And they're coming for the top spot.
Look,
they realized that we didn't actually talk about them all that much, and they came to this week saying, you know what, guys? It's beatdown time.
I mean, we were talking about it earlier. They only had one day where they got double-digit placement points, and it was the last day where they got 10. Well, now they got 10 in one game. That's a nice way to turn things around here.
Yeah.
We're getting to see late-game Sonics, Cam. We haven't gotten to see late-game Sonics in quite some time, but I'm liking it.
I know. Even my dog's excited about it. It's great to see. And listen, when Sonics are playing to this sort of level, it is one of the most enjoyable performances to watch from PUBG. So if they can keep it up, I don't care if they run away with it, even starting this late into the competition. It's just so enjoyable of an experience.
Well, I mean, we've been talking about the fact that it looks like a lot of our teams that have took that long break, maybe knocking the rust off last week. Well, the rust seems to be knocked off at this point, I think it's safe to say. But we are going to take a quick break. When we come back, Analyst Desk will break that last game down, and we will set you up for the final game of the day. So, guys, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
4 is done, and there's 1 left to play. So get a fresh drink, crack open a rare book, and settle in because it is time to see who can go the distance in day 1. We've played 4 matches with the 5th just around the corner and only 11 left to play in the ESL PUBG Masters. Everything is rapidly closing, being considered on the line. But before we talk about how to get past that line, let's take a look back at the last match. It's highlights!
It's my favorite time. I love highlights. Me too. But no, Synergy, you know what? I feel like they've been in the conversation today, but not in the way that we thought it would go out, right? They were looking so strong going into this. Halfway through the point, we're like, wow, the LATAM team's just really taking control of this lobby. Not today. Something just hasn't clicked with this roster. And I'm hoping it's a bad day and not a bad weekend. Because, again, as close as this is, a bad day you can recover from, but more than one bad day, it's not going to be great.
It does make it harder, and we haven't necessarily seen the same synergy just quite yet. Also, tale as old as time. You can see fights around the Pachinki Hill. We've got fields. Everybody is just trying to cling to life, and surprise, surprise, Sonics and Shoot to Kill fighting each other around this location. I don't even know how many times we've seen it, but Sonic's coming up because it feels like they are finally catching their groove.
Yeah, you know what? I feel like we've constantly, as you said, we saw them butt heads almost every game today. Gas cans too. Why kick a moo cow? I mean, heart really went out for this, right? And I'm gonna go ahead and talk about it. This was a crazy circle. When we see these field finish circles, vehicles, the big thing here, hard cover. The hay bales don't really offer much. They're so vulnerable to throwables, and you can see that happen right here. Sonics feeling the numbers, feeling the confidence. Again, Yahoo. I mean, they're just kind of jumping and having fun with it. But 12 kills, that's 2 back-to-back strong games for them.
Absolutely. A big win for the Sonics for 22 total points. Yahoo does come through with 11 total, 5 off of kills and a decent placement turnout. But Nootropic has a big game, Matt, in 9 kills. They get 10 points in 3rd place, but go out with only 1 placement point.
That is a new conversation topic as Nootropic is doing well. I mean, it's not been the best event, but 9 kills shows the fragging power, because we did talk about them at the very beginning of this about having a lot of interest to see how they're performing. It looks like a couple of these teams are finally starting to gel together and show the potentials of what they have. Specifically, some of these newer teams. Sure, BBB and BBG got their stuff together pretty fast and had some big games here and there. Nootropic might just be a little bit slower in that role.
I mean, you say it's a new topic for Nootropic. Let's take a look at the overall, because I think it's the same old for them as they continue to try to climb up at 85 only. But looking at the right side of the board, that's it right there. Sonics make the jump. At 159 points, they move into 1st place, Clover, over Bing Bang Boom, who is nipping at their heels. Also worth noting, the team that started in 1st today is all the way down in 5th.
You know what? This is a bit of a shakeup for quite a few teams today, right? Because we knew that eventually some of these point sponges were going to take off. It looked like it was Bing Bang Boom from the beginning. Sonics in the last 2 games alone put down 41 points. We see the placement points finally reflecting what we know they're capable of. That is really taking this close. I think we were even speculating right before switching to Erangel that this could be a 1-pony race soon enough, but no, we're still keeping it close. And that's also why it's really important for teams like Shoot to Kill, Gas Cans, Synergy, Yahoo, United even, who's kind of fallen off since their first victory in the first match, need to have a strong finish this last game so that they can keep going forward the rest of this weekend.
All right, I want to go to you, Matt. I know that you have had a star or an emerging star player, perhaps, that has caught your crosshairs. He's caught a lot of people in his crosshairs. Let's talk a little more about Ethan from Dodge.
Okay. I just want to say, Ethan has just been ridiculous in his performances. We talked a lot last week, specifically about Mirage. Mirage had himself a very good weekend. But right now, I'm just going to run through some stats that our guy gave to us. Ethan, right now, going into game number 4, had 3,566 damage in week 1, and just in 3 games, had already gotten to 1,284. So across 15 games, he is already at a third in just 3, a third of that number. That is a ridiculous amount. We've seen him snipe. We just saw him get a double nade a second ago, and not playing from advantaged positions either. A lot of Dodge's successes today, and that climb up the leaderboard we have been seeing, has been based off of a big performance coming out from Ethan. Let's not forget, Mirage is still really good, and he's performing as well, but Ethan has been a big component of their success today.
Absolutely. Cannot take anything away from that. We've seen some good plays by Dodge. Now, you alluded to tough positions, and in the highlights, I heard you talking about tough circles, Clover. So let's dig a little more into that, because this is the second time in, what are we at, 18, 19 games at this point, where we've seen this circle, where basically your choice is you either play Pachinki Hill, you play Icebox, or you stand in an open field and hope for the best. Like, how do you even approach that?
Yeah, I mean, I think it was even Cameron that kind of called out shoot to kill for setting up a car fort on the shack in phase 2 because, you know, they're already preemptively looking at where the circle was going to go. And that's typically something you see in a late game because it can be hard to play defensive. Ultimately, when the hills pull out of play, there's not much coverage elsewhere. Vehicles are probably the top key that you can have here because you can set them up anywhere just on a slight ridge, shoot out the tires, give yourself some extra cover, but you've got to make sure you do it at the right time. The circle hard shifts away, then you're going to have to play the rest of that on foot. So those circles can be difficult, but because we've seen them so often in Erangel, I mean, the players really were prepared for it early on.
I just got to jump in there for just a second, Toffees, and it is a harsh circle to play.
So harsh.
I mean, even bringing like the vehicles in with the high ground advantages on Pachinki Hill or the hill that's kind of to the southeast of that I think that you and I were talking about, and Toffees came up with a great name, and he wants to call it Ice Chest, just because there's 2 six-packs there.
We can't
I like
call them
that.
yellows anymore, guys. They haven't been yellow for almost 3 years, so...
But like even having to move into the fields, whoever wins those fights has so much vision and control. And remember, Sonics took that fight with Shoot to Kill on the Pachinki Hill and then moved down into the low ground, and that was where they managed to win the entirety of the game, just with the vision and the control that provides.
You know, I'm hearing that we've got about a minute or two left until the plane is in the air, so I want to make sure we have a chance to break a few more of this down, because that was a tough endgame, and we've seen it so many times at this point that we can dig into it and maybe help the folks at home. You know, we heard Poro say during that fight, why do people keep going to Pachinki Hill? At this point, you know it's full, and that is 100% true. But Clover, what other options are there in a circle like that other than to just throw your body to a meat grinder? Teach me, as a casual player, how do I win this circle?
I mean, you did kind of throw it out there, right? Having that high ground position, but also that line of sight. And, you know, a big thing, I mean, we always say third parting. In PUBG, when you have that circles like that, it is one of the biggest threats because it's not even whether or not you're vulnerable or visible, but it's who you're vulnerable and visible to and where they're coming out of. And so whatever you can create for yourself is the strong suit there. But I mean, not without talking about hardcovers and cars again, your other best option, you know, off of that is to kind of play off the back of somebody else. And so I think Sonics managed to pull that one off beautifully, especially when they came out of that fight so clean.
So there's a very difficult circle. The Sonics coming to form. You know, I think a lot of us were frustrated at the end, Matt, of PGC. Is Sonics...
You go in there?
I mean, they played good. This felt like pre-PGC. Like they had some great. I don't know. They seem confident. I love it.
This felt like PCS Sonics.
Yeah, maybe? like everything but PGC. I don't want to get into it. I'm so frustrated because I believed so much in them. All right, you know what? Let's just leave it there. Let's see what the Sonics have brought to our final game of the day. We're going to head over to Erangel to 2 gentlemen who have always brought it, and I believe that they will do it again. It is Porosaurus and the Kamadi.
Hello, everybody. We are back once again. It is I, Porosaurus. It is he, Cameron Davis, and we are ready for the final game of the day. I'll let the Sonics haters in the chat talk about PGC a little bit more, but yeah, there's stuff to be talked about there. But they, like I said, it looks like they have completely knocked the rust off, Cam.
Yeah. I don't think they were that rusty at PGC. They had a plan going into it, and that one plan didn't work. Their adjustment looked fine, and listen. I act like going into okay. I've said this before. The latter half of that tournament, they actually looked really good. They got how many second places in a row?
Compared to how they looked in the first half, yeah, they look great.
Okay, now obviously this isn't the time for it. No.
I'm baiting chat right now.
I know.
I'm not
Point is, I was never. I think the main thing is that you'd be a fool to be in doubt that Sonics wouldn't come back to like top form. I think that they definitely have more contention against them. Like Bing Bang Boom finally coming into the team that this roster, the actual players on the team look like they should be able to is great to see, because they've always been like just barely shy of the mark for the pedigree of the players. But enough about that, because this is not a hot drop, but it is going to be a fight for vehicles.
Final game of the day. Who would have thought? All right, well, BBG going to go ahead and pick that one up, and it looks like Nootropic going to spot it out and just dip on. Head over to the intersection, get looted up. Although 4 people in that compound, not exactly ideal. We'll see what they decide to do as we wait and see where our circle is going to go. And there you go. All right, let's run it back. Why not?
Let's run it back, yeah. We loved how exciting the last game was. Let's just do it all over again, I guess.
All right. Well,
do we need to do the favorable, unfavorable segment again?
just clip it. Clip it and clip it from last time.
Hey, production, can we get a replay of that?
I mean, look, favorable still, I would say, is Pachinki Hill, yeah, and unfavorable, I don't know. Yeah, still Swamp, sure. Although it looked like anybody that's coming from the north side had some tough times the last time around. We'll see if the hard shifts go the same way as Alo, rocking that Revolver. Best Beatles album, by the way. And I'll go to my grave saying that.
Alo rocking with the Revolver?
Nah, just Revolver.
Oh, okay.
God, you're such a zoomer.
Parentheses, Alo rocking the
Revolver. Yeah.
Is this like that's if the Beatles were a band releasing music in like 2008.
Yeah, they don't have a TikTok, Cam. You probably don't know them.
TikTok wasn't okay. I was trying to make a joke about the scene era and how every single song title had parentheses or a ... or some sort of like bands weren't happy giving a song one title. They had to give it 2 or 3.
You were probably into bands that had song names like Everything We Loved Is Lost and Now We're Fading Into Black. Like just the full 100% chance. 100% chance.
No comment.
Well,
the thing is that
go ahead. Proceed. Defend yourself.
That song name is actually more of like a metal song than any sort of hardcore song, so I'm actually more likely to be listening to it now. But anyway, enough about me.
Now, see, if it's going to be a song you're listening to now, it's a song, you would take that, but be an American band playing a song with that name, but like Google translate it into like Swedish or something. Well, United gets to loot in their normal favored position, and Gas Cans in their normal favored position. So even though the circle is similar, things are a little bit different just because of the plane path cut everything.
Yeah.
We went from the southwest to the northeast, so it kind of made everything where most people would like to normally loot.
Yeah, if you want a clear-cut example of what we sometimes refer to as like the domino effect, the butterfly effect in these games with so many teams that all affect each other, look at the early games from the previous game and this game, and you will see a stark contrast. Granted, this game is also informed by the previous game, but nonetheless, you're going to see a number of differences in how teams rotate, where teams loot up, the timings of a certain number of things. And, I mean, if you think that Battle Royale is easy because it's all about killing people, one, you're sort of, obviously you're a first viewer, so welcome, glad you're here. But that's a really good example and a really good sort of thing to show people and get to realize how complicated this game can be.
Yeah. Once you start getting to this level, it gets a little bit more difficult than just all aim, no brain. It's not like we're Valorant. Come on. Flip it, ship it. I love it. All right, Gas Cans on the move are going to be making their way over towards Young Kings. I was kind of keeping an eye on Sonics, right? So we had that Bing Bang Boom made their rotation down onto the west side of Pachinki last time, managed to pick up Tickleton, get that free kill. This time around, they're going on the east side, working over the Potato Hill side. So just too easy now, kind of going that same route that Bing Bang Boom went. And Sonics still kind of in that same position. They sent Mime up to Pachinki Hill. They've left 2 behind. Actually 3 behind. A-Twin now just on the move as Gas Cans look like they will avoid any damage for the time being. Oh my God, he's just gonna run right by. Okay, Rosie, wow.
Oh,
Takes
wow.
some shots, does some damage, doesn't get the knock though. He'll be kicking himself for that one.
I don't know if that was intentional or not, but Great Shot being able to sort of thread the needle using the gas pumps themselves as a way to block even just a couple of extra shots to minimize the damage. Very good heads up play. Didn't panic. Also could have just been very lucky. Either way, that's still a kill that Roggy really should have gotten there.
22 on the move. They're going to run into Synergy as they work just south of Chopsticks. Haystown way back in the back here as 22 a little bit split on their rotation. They will find a spot to play for now. I think that's just Balkan healing up here as Young King's actually going to do a little bridge camping, casual bridge camping, not a full-on bridge camp, but Rosie going to take some shots, does some damage. We'll have to pull back, though.
Didn't happen the previous game, but this time around, yeah, Nootropic and Young Kings, it looks like they are going to fight it out. Nootropic forced to bail to the water. At least Lamp and Colton are.
Gas cans, though.
I think that UAZ might be savable if they get Young Kings off their back. Yeah, but yeah, as you said, the gas cans, they're also going to be in on this party. Late it goes down. That's it.
Yeah, and that wasn't even the two that were holding the cliff face right here. That'll be a knock. He won't get the flush. So they could possibly get that res, but you can see Lamplock, Colton, not exactly in the best spot. As looks like Flux kind of go for a little bit of a flank spot here. They also got N1 that's on the hilltop just watching off to the north. So this is going to be a three-man Young Kings hold for the time being. Now Dodge is starting to make their way over into this area. Dodge keeps trying to come over here, and every single time they do, it's occupied.
Boy, dodging shots. Not a lot of damage onto them, so... Okay, wait. Are they sticking around here? Finna is deploying a smoke. He's not even that low on HP. He doesn't even need to heal. This looks like a commitment to this position.
Yeah, the rest of Dodge, though, I mean, they're... Yeah, okay. This is just Finna stopping down to make sure that he can get his heals off, I guess. And the rest of the team is going to dip, and they'll do the same. All right, Gas Cans maintains control over, I guess, Icebox is what we're calling it now. 2 6-packs.
I'm still a big fan of Dirty Dozen, but Icebox works too. Or like
where my heart used to be, Cameron.
Garage. Yeah, that's a 2009 song name.
Oh no. Okay. Well, Dodge, good thing they did pull back. They're gonna find BBG trying to make their rotation in. Honey Badger gets spotted out, picked out, flushed out. Now Hikerman having to escape here. Good shots coming through from Ethan. Matrim giving that man the credit he is so richly deserved and earned so far through today's games, at least. Ethan on fire.
Now BBG, because of that fire, having to run away from it, they're now pitted down below the shack on the hill. And that's not a very solid position this early on in the game, especially with E United. They're going to be following up behind BBG's rotation coming in from Mill to Power. So BBG might be finding themselves in a little bit of a rough spot. We'll see how they rotate. Dodge are not moving away. They like this split. Keeping 2 on the coastline. It looks like Gas Cans haven't really been able to punish it as much as I was afraid they would have at first. And yep, this is it. These are all the teams in Phase 1. E United have now also come on up. And I don't know if it's the pressure of E United or just BBG's mid-round calling, but they are out of that position. Instead, they're taking the hill just above Yahoo, who are taking that. Why are they going there again? I don't see the value in that valley so early on.
Well, something about it they like, and they will hold it down for now as we wait and see where Circle 2 decides to take us. Shonix, again, still holding that real wide split. They've left Minum in the compound. They've left H-Win in the Pachinki farmhouse, and they got Tig and Trimsy just off to the west. So real wide. Nobody on Pachinki Hill right now. Nobody really wanting a piece of that just yet, as we saw so much violence and action going on that hill in the mid-game last time around. Circle is going to pop, and it's going to cut down to the south. So once again, the big field play. Young Kings will try to make their move. Colton's going to try to see if he can steal one away from him. Before he does, will manage to escape for now. But Colton, you got to get some ammo, buddy. You are ammo starved, my friend.
That is strange. You said that they didn't have a lot to loot up, but right now, 22 and Yoho meeting each other in the field. trades 1 for 1. Your Ho have a better position to get the revive, but what can Vinny do to try and trade things out? Punaj also goes down. Oh, this is looking really, really bad for your Ho. This is looking really, really bad.
Jimboy trying to get things to work in his favor here. Vinny gonna go down now. High-octane, the last one up. And look at this, Built by Gamers actually getting involved as well. It's gonna be the Shack of Death. We haven't seen this in quite some time. Yo is finished off, and now, actually, is there still one? No, it's Haruzen. Haruzen has 1 HP. I thought they were all dead. He had 1 HP. He does big damage. Vegas, the last one up, and now that it's ringing the dinner bell for more teams to try to come and approach here.
Listen, I know this circle looks similar to the previous game, but there's even more field, which is why we're seeing it's looking like Game 6 scrims at this point.
Well,
like,
don't talk about Game 6 scrims. I told you what happened in Game 6 scrims yesterday.
Yeah.
Where they finished in Circle 2.
This might end up that way. I mean, not really. There are enough compounds on the outside to keep, let's keep at least 6 teams alive by the end of Circle 2. But still, so many teams see no other option but to try to go to the field and take a position there so early on. Big gamble play. And right now, wait, Dodge sent it into Gas Can's Dirty Dozen. And the fact that they're able to get all 4 in there without getting knocked is a huge stance right now. But what can Niku's do? Do they know? Do they know the call is coming from inside the house?
They have to Sydney. I mean, Dodge knows that Gas Cans is here, right? They took shots at him before. That's what kind of forced him to pull back here. As Finna will take some shots at an open door. Love is an open door, but that's a couple of shots in your face, Finna. As Cherry trying to work the high side. Looks like he spotted out Cal. Cal, big on the shots. Takes a lot of damage in the return, though. Doesn't give much back to Cherry, and this is just gonna, I mean, this has all day to play out. They don't necessarily need to push in, but here they come.
Oh no! He can't even get the knock! He's out! Oh, 1 HP. That is huge. This Niku's could have easily been the part of Gas Cans that just like deleted Dodge. They get wounded, and then Niku's is a surprise flank. But Mirage is back up to essentially full HP. And now they can potentially isolate Niku's position as well. It's all into Gregshot to try and stop this cross. But so many angles, so many tight angles that you can't get as much freedom. Ooh, Niku's in a load of hurt, forced to retreat. Smoke wall to guide him to safety. He's able to get out.
Yeah, it's a good smoke wall from Cal. He's going to provide that backup as well while he gets on out. So Gas Cans can reset. While all this is going on, everybody else in the map is just kind of situating themselves. Not really a whole lot of fights going on, just some long-range shooting. So we are not missing anything substantial by focusing in on that. Although Trog will take a knock from Rumblers, but you kind of see where everything is set up here as the only big fight going on is Dodge and Gas Cans, but that's going to change here very shortly as we have centered up on the open field once again.
Yeah, this is...
boy, okay.
It's 100% field ending. Maybe not 100%, but it's close enough to it in Phase 3 that...
I don't think we've seen the last of this ditch, Cam.
I do not think we have either. And now Dodge, they are in a position to try and actually dismantle themselves from this sketchy situation. They're getting to the vehicles, they're getting out, and while Gas Cans would love to send them some parting shots, get a knock, get a kill, they're also very happy that this decision isn't being made because now they can leave once Dodge are out.
I don't understand why Dodge is going down towards the cliff.
Yeah.
Like, it feels like they could have pulled back east and kind of made their way around for free, but looks like they'll do this. Adam will finish off his kill, take some big shots, but won't get knocked. So now Dodge actually stopped down. So here we go. Sonic's Mime was holding down this compound by himself for quite some time. Here comes the push from BBB. They'll get him. Roth. Of course it's Roth. It wouldn't be anybody else as Sonic's were in vehicles, were coming to defend their teammate, but they'll pull back away now and take that high ground once again.
Yeah, Sonic's holding on to the split around that hill just a little bit too long. And nope. Gas Cans, they want to keep on. Wait, or did Dodge come back? Dodge came back. They came back to the Dirty Dozen.
They never left. They rotated to the rock, to the other side of it, and they're paying the price now as Gregshot gonna find one, and now it's down to just one player remaining. I think it's Finna, yep, Finna trying to work around the US, work around the smoke, see if he can get something out of this. Will hold the edge, but will go down in the end to Nikos. Gas Cans picks up 3. 4, actually. Yeah, they wiped the whole team.
And they have all 4 up. This is points rule, but in a circle like this, that is even more valuable than it was, than it would have been otherwise. But over here, Rumblers pushing in from the edge. They already took 1 member of Synergy out. They are trying to go for more. Synergy obviously know of their position. But can Fisher get the defensive knock needed? Oh, Lost spotted him out.
Yeah, Synergy needs to be really careful. They're in a massive 2-2 split, so it's literally just Fisher and Capitan here that have to be careful. So meanwhile, you see United. Oh, well, that's S tier observing right there is what that is. So they were shooting at something, and it is Gas Cans trying to make their way out. And there you go. You can see your kill leaders for the day on the left-hand side. Ethan in first by a lot. 16 kills for that man. Roth right behind him with 12.
And the thing is,
ooh, like, that shift.
1 grenade, 1 incendiary, they're done for, and they know it. But okay, Sonic's now rotating all the way from Pachinki Hill down to the field, and the shift, as you said, does go hard northwest. So it's not going to be a full field. There's at least going to be a little bit of a hill here. Sonic's, at least a few of them, making their way into this position. But just too easy. They are holding on to this spot, holding on to the center of it. Oh, no. Oh, okay.
Yeah, Sonic's had to go somewhere, man. This was about the only place they could find. Shrimzy, you can see, is your damage leader on the day. He is going to have to add a significant amount to that here if they want to survive a little bit longer, if they want to make it 3 good games in a row. But it's down to H-Win and Shrimzy. It looks like the threat of those shots will be enough to keep Just Too Easy at bay. They are perfectly content holding their big wide split on this hillside, just making sure that nobody sneaks up on their back. Meanwhile, you can see Gas Cans, big wrap on that eastern side. Bing, bang, boom, right in front of them, however. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. We'll decide where they come in. Underdogs, just keeping an eye on Bing, bang, boom as well. SDK has a big wide split on the south side as well.
If you're not a team that's already on the hill, I don't know how you're going to be comfortably playing this. I don't think anyone's going to be comfortable while they play this, but whatever the best decision is, it's lost on me. Just send it and hope for the best. You got to rely on your own aim in this situation, and BBB could very much hearing Gas Cans following up behind them, but they have to continue to send it as well, which just makes their situation even more precarious because they're sending it in towards the Underdogs compound.
Oh, everything is bad. Everything is bad here. Waikikamuka will get the knock on Ola. Sharp shot gonna go down as well. Cow is on fire. We'll find 2 knocks now. Nico's the last one. Waldo gonna actually get him. Keenan and Roth are just vibing around here, trying to see if they can maybe stop down and heal up a little bit, but you can see Greg Shot just from range doing some work.
That was the play. Like I said, if BBB continued to send it onto Underdogs, they'd be dead. They had to turn around and try and Mad Max Gas Cans, but it's a catch-22. Both teams are getting heavily wounded. It's going to be 4 points packaged and shipped to the Gas Cans, and they stay relatively healthy, all things considered. Now, Nootropic, we're finding a way to... It's a destroyable shack, but it's something.
They actually get away with that. All right. Hello Senpai and Leda will stay alive for the time being, but you can see the bullets are being sent down range for sure at these two. Hopefully they got a lot more smokes in that bag. As we can see, looks like STK may have taken a knock in the blue. Gonna go for that res. Actually, no, it might have been that might have been a DC. Hate to see it, but STK will keep 3 up on that south side. See Paragua kind of shooting over at Kurt. Meanwhile, Young Kings finally leaving their compound. Where are they going to go? It looks like they're creeping over towards STK. Now, Just Too Easy has the circle.
This is good for Just Too Easy, but it's even better for the Rumblers and Synergy. If either of those teams can win relatively healthy, they could take over the circle. Everyone coming from the south and the east, you're looking at it right now. It's chaos, it's disaster, it's pure terror and carnage.
Nootropic holding the line here, though. Young Kings starting to creep out. Nootropic just kind of feeding on them a little bit here as they're getting a little bit of assistance from Synergy. I believe that was Pippa that's taking shots over in that direction as well. SDK down to Kurt and Penta also on the edge here as Alo has been flushed out. But Roji Wow, the last one up for Young Kings. They've had that compound for quite some time. Eventually, they were going to have to leave it. Unfortunately for them, they had the attention of pretty much the entire lobby as soon as they did. So they will go down, well, down to 1 at least.
I love how Nootropic are being so active outside of this compound. It doesn't give them much defense, but it's better than nothing, right? But, oh, okay, there it is. There is the risk, though. Halicify does get knocked. Nagaragi advance further from this position. It's going to be very, very rough. Try to deal even more damage to Newt.
Things you love to see. H-Win with a bolty.
It's great.
Oh, no.
No!
Oh, they're so sneaky. Ragnar, it doesn't like, did it get in there? It didn't. It went right through the door. I think it went on the other side of the door. Oh, they keep falling out, Ragnar. You gotta hit those, man. Okay, Relo is gonna try to return it. No,
there
it
is.
You gave him a backstop. No, not like this. Shrimzy is gonna go down to Nejum. And there you go. Sonics is cleaned up by Just Too Easy. And Penta actually gonna get a credit for one of those kills as well. But you can't give him a backboard.
Oh, man. Like, we knew Sonic's time on this earth. It was counting down fast, but yeah, a little extra comical of how that one ended than you would have expected. 7 teams alive, and between Troglodytes and E United, surely one of these two is about to go out very, very soon, as well as gas cans. But Adam with the triple knock with the single frag grenade, he has made this into a 1 versus.
Are you serious?
A little ambitious there. Tried to clean up. Listen, he was going for the points. You can't blame him for that. But now Dogs have the opportunity potentially to get all 4 back up.
Oh, I hope we can get that on replay. That was a god nade from Adam. And Underdogs will most likely be able to get their reses back up. They got all the time in the world, really. Rumblers have eyes over in that direction, but no line of sight really on it. Synergy off on the west here is going to eventually start creeping over towards Just Too Easy. I have to think Just Too Easy is just after cleaning up Sonics, they're going to go back to their position, just kind of running around on this hill, looking around. I haven't seen them shoot a whole lot, but they're just kind of making sure that nobody pushes onto their location. The circle will shift over in their direction as well, so now they're going to have to be on the defense.
Yeah, actually, no one really with a huge bunch of kills. So many of the kills actually happen between the teams. They're all trying to make their way to this hill. It's understandable for the Rumblers and Synergy to be low on the kill count because they were on the far side. But yeah, Just Too Easy weren't able to pick up too much of their own.
And Just Too Easy in kind of a weird position here because they got Synergy that they know. I mean, they can hear Synergy shooting just off to the west, but they also know that Underdogs are coming out of that compound here eventually. But it looks like United going to do a little bit of a, they can get a little assist there, gets a knock onto Armitex. Smoke Wall should be able to provide enough cover for them, or at least enough concealment, rather, to get the res and reset.
I actually think Just Too Easy are focusing on the right targets right now, down towards the south of Troglodytes and making sure that E United also don't push from these. That Synergy, I wouldn't be too afraid of them trying to take too much ground at the moment. You got to have someone watching for it for sure, but getting rid of these little pairs, little dingleberries, is I think the name of the game right now.
Well, Synergy not especially known for pushing out and wrapping around and trying to get involved in fights and third parties. They just kind of hold the line as long as they can. And look at this, actually, the pressure from E United alone is going to be enough to keep Underdogs from moving out of this compound in their vehicles. They're actually going to find Dean Zera as well. And Armitex, you're gonna keep hard peeking that. You're going to go down again. He will to Valiate, though, and Underdogs getting picked apart from every direction right now.
Troglodytes is also going out to the blue, which for a team that desperately needs points, to try and deny points from teams that are already way ahead of you seems to be a questionable decision, but either way, they're going to go out in 5th place. Top 4 has been established, and this is 3 teams of 4.
3 teams of 4, and Synergy started wrapping around. They're going to find the... Actually, Kickstar going to get the opening up onto Ragnar. The grenades coming through from Just Too Easy, trying to keep Synergy at bay. And actually, E United is doing more damage to both of these teams than either of them are. Coda is going to look back and see if he can maybe keep Kickstar from peeking. Kickstar about to actually run out of ammo. That might be the only thing that saves Just Too Easy here, as Capitan now is pushing out.
Ooh, He wants the kills. He's able to confirm them. This is only 2 kills for Synergy so far, but it's the start of what they're trying, or at least hoping, can make a reasonable size snowball to end this game. There are still a few kills left to be had. Fisher watching for the north. Rumblers, they're not going aggressive on the Synergy, but they are going aggressive on the circle positioning overall. It does shift towards the south, phase 7. But the fact that Synergy haven't moved further from where they are right now is very, very questionable. They could have been in a position to try and finish just too easy, but the damage coming out from E United, despite only being a pair, has scared Synergy away.
Yeah, the passiveness might be their undoing in the end, as Coda Kid is just hiding out in the shack right now. Kickstart did get his hands on some more ammo, so he's got a few more bullets in the mag. And it looks like Rumbler is starting to creep down from the north side, and Relo and Kickstart need to be a little bit careful that they don't get spotted out. Rumbler's just taking everything right now, and Synergy is more than happy to give it to him. Capitan is kind of pushing towards center, but not really spotting anything. If he has spotted anything, he hadn't shot at it.
Despite doing a lot of damage, United, they can't just run towards the circle, just run forward like that. So instead, they're wrapping towards the north, but Rumblers are lying in wait. Not all 4 members, only a pair, but ooh, that pair seems to be enough. 87 points of damage from Los HD. That forces Relo away. Now United got to figure out, is it safer to just go straight towards the circle and run directly into just too easy?
I mean, at this point, yeah, I would say so. I mean, it's Synergy. They're content with holding down the line. They're going to finally spot out or get a line onto the E United boys. Corsac going to be the one that does the damage, though. Gets the knock onto Relo. Will get the flush. No, Pippa will get kickstart. So that'll be it for E United. So now Rumblers knows exactly who they're up against. They've got the 4-man squad of Synergy on that south side. We'll see how quickly Synergy can take care of this last remaining solo and turn their full attention over towards the gang in green.
They're putting 2 members to watch the exit because they don't want to make it into a 1 versus 1. That's too much of a gamble. But while that's happening, that means only 2 other members of Synergy can watch Rumbler's positioning from the north. Like, his existence, Coda Kid's existence alone is very likely going to be winning Rumblers the game.
He's definitely not going down easy. He's got a few grenades left in hand. He's going to send them up. Well, that one didn't go where it needed to go. The Molotov's not going to land either, as Coda will just heal up here a little bit. But while all this is going on, as you said, Rumbler is just free to take whatever position they want. Pippa has that Groza in hand. You want to have that out in your hands when you push instead of the mini, I would say. And tries to go for the Molotov, but Coda reads him like a book. Ends up going down to the flames, but Pippa loses his life in the process. Valiate more than happy to clean that kill up as well, as Paragua Shoot has been spotted out.
A little bit of damage in return, but Valiate, second chance, he's gonna take it. This is now a 4 versus 2. Fisher is on a good flank, but I'm afraid that it might be too little too late. Even if he does open up, he'll have to get at least 2 knocks to try and turn this back into Synergy's favor.
I mean, Rumblers is not concerned at all. They are absolutely pushing this. They are taking everything and anything that they want. They've got Capitan knocked. Fisher going to take some shots over towards Waldo, and he's going to take some damage in return. Drops down prone to try to get the heal off, but that's going to let all of Rumblers know where that flanker is. Capitan does get finished off with a grenade. Paragua Shoot, looks like he spotted out Corsac, takes some shots over in that direction. Nothing landing just yet, but Rumbler's just slowly choking the life out of Synergy.
The timing of Valiate's knocks was really the siren song, it seemed, for Synergy. And in fact, Fisher's going to go out into the blue to deny the points. Denying from Rumblers is actually a reasonable decision. Rumblers in a position to try and overtake them, so that those 2 points could count for a lot towards the end, but nonetheless, it is a Rumblers victory. Only 5 kills, but in a circle like that, in a game like that, you really cannot complain about it.
No, not at all. Rumblers play from that northwestern side. I mean, they had a lot of real estate around them. Nobody really... we thought it might get a little bit congested over there whenever we saw Gas Cans Bing Bang Boom doing their rap, but they ended up getting involved in a fight just to the north of Underdogs. So it ended up clearing up and making a very easy path forward there for Rumblers to get that big win. Again, only 5 kills, but 15 points for Rumblers when you're chasing at this point is everything.
Yeah, it is. There's a chance that if they continue to play like that, they can overtake and sort of follow what 22 Esports looked like they were going to start. The problem is, you have to say it, Rumblers didn't have to do all that much this game. They played it very, very well, but it's hard to be inspired for a lot of confidence going forward after that one. I don't want to say fell into their lap, but it was very straightforward decisions that they had to have that sort of performance this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's not their fault. It was easy. I mean,
Sure.
Synergy made it easy for them. And, Synergy just kind of playing.
Even the mid game.
Yeah, sure. I mean, there's nothing they really could do about it, right? Like, there's just nobody up there, and they played for the win. So there you go. Yeah. That's gonna do it for this day of games, guys. We're gonna throw it immediately right over to the analyst desk to wrap up the day. Thank you so much for joining me and Cameron. So we'll see you next time. And desk, tell us, take it away.
Take it away. It was a great game. I think Poro was being very honest about Synergy at the end of that game, and deservedly so. Pippa pushed that shack, and he thought he was throwing an incendiary, but he was throwing something else, and it starts with G and ends in E. And I think that's... Synergy has made the late games, Matt, and they're just not closing them, like, at all.
Yeah, and, I mean, we'll go ahead and take a look at the Toffees.
Highlights!
And while we're talking about what was going on with that, okay, guys. Last circle.
Okay.
Last game, we had a little bit to the east of this. So if you don't like field circles, then congratulations, you're probably not gonna like this one either. You can see shacks, destruction, trenches, already a thing as we move into it.
I just said it, right?
Sometimes you just gotta do what you gotta do, and Rumblers in this situation, it's just simple and clean. They don't have to do much. Everybody else was working around them. I mean, we saw that the circle did fall on just too easy several times, but they were still being quite aggressive around what was going on and trying to make sure that they were moving around the hillside.
Yeah, and I mean, I think what was it? Let me think. Okay, phase 4, right? Phase 4 pulled away from the field. Everybody's set up for the field, and we saw that at the beginning. People just sending it left and right. They're preparing for a repeat circle. All of a sudden, now we're in a King of the Hill situation at mid-game, and teams are starting to have to fight for the edge. Just Too Easy did such a great job up until this kind of little bit of a moment where they started to kind of falter a bit. And I mean, listen, you've got to give them credit for staying alive as well as they did. Rumblers did the smart thing. They kept their head down, they stayed out of the fight, and they waited until the remaining teams were battered. I mean, it was an easy win for them.
Shacks were such a weird thing. We saw Nejim throw how many throwables to try to take out Sonic before finally the flammable got it? And then we saw Pippa going for another throwable at a shack, and that spelled his doom. The shacks, I think, killed more people than anyone else in that game.
Yeah.
Or at least the fire. They did something. I don't know if it was a Bloodhound Gang song or not, but everyone seemed to be getting wrecked. Let's talk about match standings, though, y'all. Rumblers, 15 points and much needed. Start of the day, we talked a little bit about them and how maybe there was a come up coming. United in second, Synergy does get third, and that's sort of the point of the lion's share of the points. Though, that's not what anybody cares about, right, Clover? They want to see the overall leaderboard. So let's look at it. Let's see where the day ends, and it ends in inches, not miles. Sonics with 162 points, only 1 point ahead of Bing Bang Boom. United and Dodge 1 point apart. Synergy, Gas Can, Shoot to Kill 2 points apart. So while the spread is larger, it is still a lot of tight races right now, Clover, with 10 games left.
Absolutely. I mean, if anything, what we've really just done is shuffle the deck on the left side, shuffle the deck on the right side. And not too much has changed beyond that in terms of where teams have kind of moved around. With the exception of Sonics, they went down from the mid up to the top. Shoot to Kill fell hard down into 7th place. But, I mean, 2 days left. Anything is still possible. We've talked about it already. Teams have pulled off 60-plus point days. And that's about what Sonics or Shoot to Kill needs to get back ahead of Sonics. But obviously, we're going to keep seeing Sonics, Bing Bang Boom, United, score big, find the late game, and continue to get those points. So they've got to make sure that the teams that have faltered play well. And so Synergy, Gas Cans, who just had a good game, United as well, that final match, those are some much needed points for them to get to where they're at right now.
Now, Matt, I want to give you a chance to chime in here, and I want to do it by touching a team that you said you wanted to keep an eye on today. That was the Gas Cans. At the end of the day, did they live up to your expectations?
I think so. I mean, look at the climb. Now in competition against Synergy, who we were talking a lot about day one, and we've been consistently talking about. I mean, this is what we want whenever we see a Battle Royale. We're seeing it compressed right now, specifically coming into day, but then it started to separate out based off of power plays and strong performances. Circles and being rewarded with just getting the circle wasn't the name of the game today. It was playing well, and it was figuring out a way to take control of your own destiny on this leaderboard.
You know what? I want to talk about taking control of your own destiny in regards to this leaderboard. And I want to talk to someone about that, because a team did take control of their own destiny today. They finished in first place, albeit by 1 point, but it was an excellent couple of, the last 2 days in particular have been very, very strong. So we invited H-Win, or Hwin, as I enjoy calling him, to join us here. Hunter, glad to have you. I'm not going to ask you how it feels to be at the top of the leaderboard, because I'm sure it's pretty cool. I'm just going to say congratulations on a great day of play, and let Matt hit you with the hard stuff.
I'm surprised. I thought that Toffees was going to specifically ask you how it felt to be winning right now, but
oh, that's good.
it didn't hit there. I've got to go back. I know that this was a fight between Shrimzy and Tig, where Tig, we're looking at the end of the Miramar game, where Tig had near on no ammo, and Shrimzy leaves the circle to go after Dodge. I know that like a lot of the planning and the strategy that Sonics pulls off comes off of your thought process. What was your plan moving forward with that, and how did the players react? Was that just you trusted them to execute on their own, or was it a much more developed play than that?
Well, in that particular game, it was pretty late game, and we were kind of surrounded. So we just kind of play off instinct and play off each other. There's a lot of planning to it, but when it's in the moment, it's definitely everyone just kind of pitching in and playing to survive.
I'd love to hear it. The trust and faith in teammates. That's one of the reasons why I think you guys have such good synergy, is you just know your teammates have your back. Clover, what you got?
All right, I'm going to hit you with this question. You probably knew it was coming, but PGC was really tough for you guys. It didn't seem like you were able to play your game. On the flip side, now that we're back, ESL 2022 season, this feels like y'all at your finest form. Has anything changed between PGC and now here at ESL? Did you guys have a hard conversation with yourself? Have you changed anything up from then? What did it take to get back to this point where you guys are on top and feeling like you're in your game?
I actually think we're still kind of adjusting, getting back into the point meta, and we've definitely been really scrappy, but I think we play our best when we kind of do play for most chicken format, in the sense that we're keeping 4 up, getting to late game. Like, that's classic Sonics. So I think this tournament we've been a little too scrappy, not enough getting to late game, which hopefully will change these last 2 days. But we didn't do well at PGC, but I actually think it made us better. We got a lot of second places. Yeah.
I want to follow up on that, because you were talking about the fact that you guys felt that you played better during the most chicken format and having to readjust into super. So you guys were known for being very dominant in most chicken. What are you guys having to do to make a change up to find success in the new point system? Or I guess I could say the kind of old point system as well.
I don't think we're necessarily better at most chicken. I think super, there's more room for, there was more of a ceiling for teams to shine over others. But really, we're just getting used to not being too greedy. There's a lot of these teams we don't get to play against very much, so they do things that catch us off guard. Maybe we lose a player in the first circle or two. So just minimizing errors is going to be the main thing for the next 2 days.
Okay.
The return of early aggression.
Yeah, I know you guys had a couple of surprise crashes on some of your compounds today from some LATAM teams that I know that's not typically a style we see in the NA. Is that, sorry to follow up one more time, does playing the LATAM mixed lobby feel different than when you're playing an NA only lobby?
Yeah, 100%. It feels different. I don't want to go too much into detail, but it's a different play style for sure.
Fair. fair. So let me ask you, and I'll leave it at this, and I'm going to have you do your shout-outs. And this is me I'm asking an interview question. I'll get a chance to talk to you very much, so let's just do this. You guys have been together for a little while, but all of you have been playing for a long time. And over that time, I think we can say that everyone on the Sonics has gone from being somewhat known to some of the biggest names or considered the best players in PUBG. Has that pressure, the mounting eyes, the fact that every time you show up, chat is just spamming, whether or not it's accurate or fair, Sonics memes, everybody tunes in to watch Big Tig when he wants to play, watches your streams. Has that pressure been difficult to deal with the increased popularity or notoriety throughout all of these different events? Or are you guys pretty much the same dudes that started this thing a couple years ago?
I think it is harder for teams when they're in the spotlight, but I mean, we all push each other to be better. We're kind of like brothers. That's how our team is. So I don't think we have any trouble being in the spotlight. Everyone's humble, so we're pretty good at taking criticism and performing when it matters most.
Awesome. I love it. Well, it would not be an interview if I didn't give you a chance to do shout outs or maybe talk some smack if you so desire. So the stage is yours.
Yeah, shout out to Sonics for sticking with us and supporting us these past 2 years. And shout out to my friends and family watching right now, I'm sure. Yeah, stay tuned for the next 2 days. Hopefully we put on a show.
Nice. Is that 2 vertical monitors on your left stacked on top of each other? That is a lot.
Wait, behind me? That's a mirror. Oh, yeah. You're seeing
Yeah.
the reflection. Yeah, that's just one big monitor.
Glasses
that's
get you,
a
man.
huge,
Give me all the
that's
time,
a
too.
big monitor. All right, I was just impressed. I'm impressed with your gameplay and your monitor setup. Have a good afternoon. We'll
Hide
see
my
you back
Discord
tomorrow.
names.
Oh, yeah, you gotta remember those mirrors. All right, have a good one,
Yep.
Wayne. We'll see you in a little while.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
All right. No problem. Great games from the Sonics. They came out and they played very, very well. But a lot of teams, I think this, like we said, at the start of the show, this is where the rubber hits the road. 15 games left at the start of today. Now, only 10 left to get through. So, let's just wrap it up, but let's do final thoughts, because with the idea there's only 10 games left, this is the start of a very long but important road to PGC. I want to hear your final thoughts. I'm going to start with Clover. I'm going to wrap up with you, Matt. Clover, hit me with that final thought.
I mean, you heard H-Win just say it now. They're going to put on a show this weekend. At the top of the show, you asked me who I wanted to watch, and it was Sonics, because I knew that today was going to show how the rest of the weekend was going to look for them. I'm expecting them to continue that performance throughout the weekend. But as we saw a moment ago, that leaderboard is close, and it's still anyone's game.
Matt?
I just got to say, yes, Sonics, you're playing great. You're at the top of the leaderboard, but it's not a comfy lead. I still have my eyes on Bing Bang Boom. I think that they're playing very well. I don't think that we've seen the skill ceiling for that squad yet. This is still a very new roster. So hopefully we'll be able to see them gel a little bit more, find some more synergies, and continue to chase up towards the top of the leaderboard and give Sonics a run for their money. I don't want Sonics to run away with it. I want this to be competitive, and I want to see the growth of North America, Latin America, and Americas as a region whole fighting it out every step of the way.
I love that allegory, especially sort of this idea of coming up and getting together. I know we talked about honeymoon periods at the start of the show today with some teams. We heard them talk about how they've been together a while. They consider themselves brothers. And I think that's important because there's so many stages. You start at the honeymoon, you get to know each other, you become family, and families don't always get along so well. Sometimes things don't always go as planned, but they keep fighting back. And that's what I respect about the Sonics and how they played today, as well as a lot of other teams that have taken the field. Guys, that is it for today, but before we leave, I have to remind you that there is a very important date coming up. It is the last day for you to register for the ESL not the ESL PUBG Masters, the PCS 6 Open Qualifiers. As you watch the ESL PUBG Masters, registration will close on the 7th and play starts on the 9th. So it's your chance to become a legend. You can get the information at na.pubgesports.com. Thank you so much. You guys did a great job with that. For all of you watching at home, we appreciate you hanging out with us on a Friday night. Means the world from myself, from Matchroom, from Clover, who apparently is under an attack of some sort, probably from a cat, from Porosaurus, Cam, and everyone else here, production and PUBG Esports. Thanks so much for watching. And until we see you again, play more PUBG.